We are on YouTube.
All right.
Good, thank you.
Start in just 1 second here.
Chris,
We're live on YouTube now.
my friend had some from Hawaii. His son has 2 restaurants in Connecticut.
Okay, everyone, this is, I'm going to start. This is the June 25th, 2021 meeting of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. It's 9:01 a.m. Thank you for joining us. We are holding the meeting live on Zoom due to the ongoing COVID-19 situation and because it's a great remote access for people to be able to join the meeting, watch, and testify. The people who are testifying or presenting at the meeting are in the waiting room. Please make sure your name is clear. The name by which your computer is identified is clear in the waiting room. And please add your agenda item if you're able, so that we know what you're in the meeting for and can call you. We'll call you in when your agenda item is up. The general public and other interested parties are able to watch live via YouTube online. I want to start out this meeting by giving a special recognition to Board Member Gomes and Board Member Gahn. This is the end of their terms today, at the end of this month. Member Gomes has served for 8 years, very admirably, and always with a great sense of humor and great thoughtfulness, and has done incredible work reaching out to the DLNR staff on a regular basis on Maui. And Member Gahn has served a 4-year term and part of a previous, I think 2 years before that. And before that, I think probably 8 years before that. And so, and has been just a tremendous voice for conservation on the land board and very knowledgeable on cultural issues. I'm going to just take a moment to share my screen because I've got a couple things up here. I can find here. Wait, hang on. All right. All right, this is number 1. This is a picture from yesterday from the DLNR staff on Maui, who gave Member Gomes a great send-off. And you can see how much aloha everyone has for him. And apparently it was a great spread. So just want to share that recognition because it's so awesome. And for Member Gahn, I think the best acknowledgement we can give is any Google on, and you can see right away. That's all I Googled, Sam Gahn Hawaii, and you can see what a huge variety of experiences he's been able to bring to the land board today. So you know, it's a sad day for us because they've been terrific board members. And I just want to, if we were live in person, we would obviously be celebrating them live in person with Lei and for sure a great lunch. And we're not able to do that right now. And so I wanted to be sure to give very special recognition to these very wonderful board members. Thank you so much for all of your service.
Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Mahalo so much for everyone. Thank you.
All right, and with that, Member Char is unable to join today. I'm going to ask Member Gahn if you would please read our standard contested case statement.
I'd be very happy to do so, Board. And just for the record, I have to say that serving on the land board has been a huge honor for me and an opportunity to serve both Aina and people of Hawaii. So mahalo for that. In some of the matters before the board, A person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the board's decision, then the board will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the board decides to issue, then request the contested case after the decision. It's up to you. Any request must be made in writing within 10 days. And if no request for a contested case is made, then the board will make a decision. The department will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly.
Thank you very much. We have no minute to address today. Is that correct, Darlene?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna read out the order in which our tentative plan is for the agenda today. We switched it up quite a bit to try to clear some folks out to get to the rest of their day before digging in on some of the issues. So here's the order we're planning for today. First the M items, then L, then C. That's DOT, then engineering and forestry and wildlife. Then we're going to do division of aquatic resources, the F items. After that, which I'm guessing maybe after lunch, but who knows, we're going to be doing the land division, section D, then J, boating and ocean recreation, and then finally at the end of the agenda, we'll do E, state parks. With that, we will proceed with the M items. So we'll do a little switch out here. Hang on one second. All right, Ms. LaRue, is Mr. Auerbach joining also today? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Did you have questions for Mike Auerbach? I can bring him in.
No, just his name is on the list and I don't see him in the waiting room, so.
He won't be attending today.
Okay, great. Let's see. All right, so Ms. LaRue is here for M1 through 8, and I'm going to ask if the board members have any, there's no public testimony on these, if the board members have any questions on M1 through 8.
I get on 8.
Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
We're extending the lease from 15 to 35 and said that they invested $1 million in improvements. Then next time, you know, if we're going to do this, I hope you come up with more exhibits to show what kind of improvement they made or what kind of loans they made, because we don't have any information on what improvements they made.
Okay, sure. And normally I think we would be presenting all of that information. This was our first, when we came to the board and we let you know that this is how we would be fixing the Lihue heliport issues. This was one of those situations that we explained to the board right away that Island Helicopters was the company that was putting in all of the testimony and telling the board all the history of everything that has happened, and the rates were not fair, the amount of investment that they put in. So the investments that they put in was a while ago. It's not new improvements. It's part of the lease. They originally had put this in years ago when they were given the lease. So this was our attempt to extend the term of the lease based on the initial improvements that they put in. This isn't something new coming in. It was giving them a little bit of extra time, allowing them the time to amortize those improvements. So while we're amending the lease, it's not because it's amending the lease, changing their rates, changing the lease term. So it's going from one end and working our way down to the opposite end. So in the future, on then the other heliport operators that will be operating there will certainly provide more information so that you clearly understand what we're doing on each of them. And I apologize for not maybe including more information.
Because I've been on living on OI for over 40 years, and the improvements was there before they had a lease. I think they did the improvements when they were under a revocable permit.
Right.
And then when you do it under a revocable permit, I don't know what the issue, the law is about putting improvements on a revocable permit. And now they're coming up and saying that under the lease, they're claiming the improvements that was done under the permit. Which that's why I wanted to see more information.
We can provide additional information if you'd like. I'm not sure I'm going to have the history with the revocable permits, but I can certainly dig into the prior years.
Because seems like we would have to reacting on this issue M8 today, yeah.
Yes.
But
If you
Okay.
want more information, you can request to defer the item.
okay, then I'm gonna request to defer the item.
Okay, are there any other questions on M1 through 8 before we act on this? Okay, so let's vote on M1 through 7. Is there a motion to approve M1 through 7 as submitted?
Move to approve per staff's recommendation, M1 to 7.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, for the record, that is Case, Oy, Gomes, Yoon, Yuen, and Gan in support with member Char absent for today. Okay, M8. Ms. China, do we need a motion to withdraw that from the agenda? Or can we just withdraw it?
You can just withdraw it.
Right. All right, if there are no objections, let's say if there are no objections, we will withdraw M8 and ask Mr. LaRue to bring it back to us.
Okay,
Right? Is that all right?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, M9 is Chris Kinimaka.
Aloha Chair Case and members of the board. I'm Chris Kinimaka, the Public Works Administrator from DAGS. And before you on item M9 is our request for approval for issuance of a non-exclusive right of entry from DAGS to St. Andrews Schools for the Washington Place Tennis Court for school purposes. We also wish to amend agenda item N9 to clarify that under the current use status of Washington Place, we need to correct the executive order number. It should be executive order number 4249 to DAGS for Washington Place purposes instead of the listed executive order number 535. So we apologize for that error. Executive order number 535 was canceled back in 2008 and it was reset aside later. DAGS currently maintains the grounds and improvements at Washington Place as best as we can. And St. Andrews Schools was organized as a domestic nonprofit corporation of the state of Hawaii in 1977 for educational purposes. They approached us wishing to further the educational benefits to their students by providing more athletic education to their students, but their campus is very limited in space. So they asked if they could utilize our Washington Place tennis courts in exchange for providing benefits to the state by restoring the tennis courts and maintaining the tennis courts for the life of the right of entry. The Washington Place Tennis Court is located immediately adjacent to St. Andrews Schools. We actually share the same property line. And due to our own lack of funding, we have not been able to otherwise maintain the tennis courts. So they're currently in poor condition. What we're looking for is the right of entry as encumbered with an MOU attached to our agenda item in Exhibit C. So that will help provide the conditions under which we will allow for the restoration, the maintenance, and the operations in concert with DAGS. As such, we do request approval of the issuance of the right of entry for the mutual beneficial purposes gratis because of that exchange and benefit. We do also support this sharing of the tennis courts because it perpetuates Queen Liliuokalani's prior practice of sharing the tennis courts with the students of the schools. We have declared this right of entry exempt from preparation of Chapter 343 environmental assessment requirements, which allows for operations, repairs, or maintenance of existing structures, facilities, equipment, or topographical features. So the proposed term of the right of entry is roughly 10 years to commence upon execution of the right of entry and the MOU through December 31st, 2031. And with that, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions?
I have a question, not so much for this project, which I think is a wonderful one. I want to ask our Deputy AG whether or not the change in the executive order, which appears in the title of the item, would pose any problem for Sunshine. But because it was canceled years ago and replaced with this one, I'm not concerned about it, but I want to get your opinion.
Yeah, I thought about that too when it was just mentioned. I think there's an adequate description in the
Title.
title. So, yeah.
And they change from 535 to 4249
Yeah.
prior.
Yeah, and because the tax map key is correct. So I think you're okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the other item would be if that the newer executive order essentially is just a replacement for the old one, which expired.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, because if you're following the EOs, you'd probably find the new one too. If you're looking at the TMK. So
Okay, I just wanted to make sure for the record that it was that was clear and not going to be a problem.
Thank
yeah,
you.
because I think it's to give notice, right? And I think the notice is sufficient there.
Thank you. And there's no public testimony. Are there any other questions? If not, is there a motion to?
I move to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Give the second to member Yoon. As an Oahu resident. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. And unanimously for the day means everyone except member Char, who is absent. Thank you very much,
Mahalo.
Ms. Kinimaka. All right, lastly, we have on the M items, we have M10, Ms. Tomita.
Good morning, board members. Jennifer Tomita, property manager with DOT Harbors, here to answer any questions you have on item M10.
Okay, any questions on M10? There's no public testimony.
Then I move to approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, that's member Oi. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes.
Aye.
unanimously. All right, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. That brings us to the end of the M items. We will move to L. Okay, Mr. Chang, when you're ready. Go ahead, Mr. Chang, when you're ready. You're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I also want to acknowledge Member Coombs and Member Gahn. You know, it has been a pleasure working with you folks for the many, many years I've been here in engineering. So I just want to wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you. And same to you.
Mahalo, Kari.
So item L1, we're requesting authorization for the chairperson to enter into a MOU with various dam owners to install and maintain water level gauges at dam facilities statewide. The benefit of allowing us to enter into this MOU allows cost sharing with the dam owner, which will help subsidize some of the costs of installation and maintenance. It allows us to monitor critical levels of the reservoir for safe operations of the dams. And this information will not only be shared with DNR, but local emergency management agencies, the dam owner, and the public as well. It also identifies roles and responsibilities when it comes to maintenance or replacement of the gauge. A typical gauge installation costs about $21,000, and the maintenance of the gauge will cost somewhere between $4,000 and $8,000 per year. And the typical lifespan of a gauge is about 8 years. Some will last longer than that. So if there's any questions, I have Tony Koyamatsu of the Dam Safety Program here to answer questions.
Cardi, I have a question.
Yeah.
You said there's maintenance costs of $7,000 a year, $7,000 to $8,000 a year. Is that correct?
Well, it ranges somewhere between 4,000 and 8,000, and part of that cost is not so much having to go out there and maintain it, but we need to pay a service to have that information made publicly available on a website, the University of Hawaii website. So that's sort of like the cost of just having it. We consider that an operating cost, because to have them, take the information, the real-time data, and post it on their website, that's a cost, a fixed cost. There's also could be vandalism that does occur on these remote sites. So, on the average, we just noticed from historical data that it typically costs between that range to keep these things operating.
And the lifetime of the gauge is how many years? 8 years? I mean,
typically
21,000 to replace it. To install it, 21,000. And the lifespan of this water monitoring gauge is how long?
Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I recall it being 8 years on average, but some do last longer, and some, depending on the gauge itself, the location, and actually it also depends on how well the installation is. The gauge is protected. Some owners will opt to protect it in some type of enclosure versus just leaving it out in the open. But the department is responsible to just install the gauge. When it comes to how the dam owner wants to protect it, some people put it in a concrete structure, some don't put it in at all. So it opens it up to, it's more vulnerable when it's open. So it depends on how well it's protected.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions, board members? There's no.
Well, so Cardi, if I may, sorry about that, Chris. Cardi, if I may, so that estimate on the maintenance, that is per monitor?
That is correct, per monitor per year.
That's very interesting. It seems like a high cost. If I were a landowner and I had a dam and the like, I would be like really hesitant over those kinds of things. And I can see why some of them have been reticent or delinquent in establishing those kinds of things. So I think this MOU, is it? Yeah. Will help facilitate those kinds of things. And for the record, this may be one of my last chance to make a dumb joke about those dam owners. Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
Chris.
Well, to follow that one, I don't know, but we've ordered a number of dam owners to put these in, typically with fines for their non-performance. Are they going to be eligible for cost sharing?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. So they're required to do it, but I think we're enabling to do it with some government funds, because it actually helps our program, monitor the data as well. So it's valuable, and although it's an owner requirement, we believe the information is not only helpful for us, but the public and also local, emergency management agencies. That's why we subsidize the cost.
Okay, that's fine with me. I just wanted to know whether those people would also be eligible.
Yes.
Those dam owners, you mean?
Okay.
Any other questions, comments, or stupid jokes? All right.
If not, then I move to approve.
Thank goodness.
Second.
Second by Oi. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
All right, we're going to move to the C item. Item. Okay, David Smith, C1.
Okay, good morning. David Smith, Administrator, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. First of all, I'd like to say, I want to give a personal shout out to Jimmy and Sam, all the board members. It's amazing how much time you guys put in. It's been great having both Mr. Gomes and Mr. Gahn on the board. I really appreciate all your help. What you do helps to inform us and drive what we do forward. And I know it's a huge amount of work, and you guys have an incredible amount of expertise, and I really appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Mahalo, Dave.
Mahalo, Dave.
Good luck going forward, and hope to see you around, and give me a call anytime. You got my cell phone number.
Let me have your bank account.
That would be another.
Okay, C1 is one proposed withdrawal and 4 additions. So we're asking for the acceptance of the hearing officer's report. One small withdrawal for set aside to the Kauai Water, Kauai County Water Department, so they can do some improvements to their infrastructure there. It basically involves a little road that goes up to an old reservoir site with a well, and it's been abandoned for a long time. They want to refurbish all of that for municipal water supply. So we're asking to withdraw a couple acres and set it aside to the this is just a withdrawal right now, but the idea is to set it aside to the county. And then we got 4 additions, pretty exciting additions. So there's the Pupukea Palmalo Forest Reserve, addition of 3,700 acres, addition of Molokai Forest Reserve at Puahala, which is 733 acres, set aside for 3,400 acres, Kamihami Nui Forest Reserve, which is a new acquisition up in Kula, which is very exciting piece of property. Really happy to have that as an addition. And then an addition of 216 for the Upper Waiakea Forest Reserve, which is kind of a housekeeping item. We always thought it was in the Forest Reserve and have been managing it as such, but it turns out when a bunch of the land was added to the Waiakea Forest Reserve, this couple of small parcels forming a little wedge in the Forest Reserve were not added at that time, and they've just been unencumbered since. So those are the, we did public hearings, we got support, all public support. So we're just looking to accept and approve hearings officer's report, approve their additions and withdrawals, subject to standard terms and conditions, approval by the Department of Attorney General, and other terms and conditions as may be prescribed by the chairperson.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? There's no public testimony on this.
Well, if there aren't any others, I do have comments on this. I do agree, Dave, that many of these are exciting additions. I know that folks on Molokai doing conservation are really excited about the Puahala addition. And the others are all worthy additions to forest reserves. And I'm really impressed with how the division pays attention to the resources and the needs to add or withdraw from the forest reserves according to the condition of the land and the presence of native ecosystems and species on them. So kudos on these additions.
Thank you. Other
Is there a
questions?
motion, Sam?
I can leave that to you, Jimmy. You go for it.
Okay, move to approve per staff's recommendation.
Second.
All right then, all in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Excellent work. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Excellent.
Aloha.
Thanks, Dave. Good job.
All right, next we're gonna go to F1 and F2. Do a short change out here. All right, Ms. Gewke. F1.
Hi, Chair Case and members of the board. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Hey, I'm Kathy Gawicki. I'm an aquatic biologist with Division of Aquatic Resources, and today we'll be presenting items F1 and F2 for DAR. Both of these research expeditions are part of a larger ONMS cruise covered under the co-trustees manager's permit. And the cruise will be visiting all the islands in the monument, but these permits will be focused mainly on Pearl and Hermes to study the algae Chondria tumulosa, which is at Pearl and Hermes at this time. So item F1 is a request for authorization and approval to issue a Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument research permit to Dr. Andrea Kimiko Kealoha, University of Hawaii Maui College Water Quality Lab for access to state waters to conduct research activities on the biogeochemical and oceanographic processes associated with the cryptogenic alga Chondria tumulosa in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. And this project will collect water and coral tissue samples to provide insight into the presence and distribution of Chondria at Pearl and Hermes. These collections will increase understanding for the processes that may explain the presence and proliferation of Chondria, enable mapping and prediction of further algal spread across the Hawaiian archipelago, and assist in identifying areas for targeted management and increased monitoring of potential outbreaks. Unfortunately, this researcher was not able to be here today, so I can try to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, any questions, board members? There's no public testimony on it.
I have a question. I've always been kind of curious about the status of this alga. It behaves in such an invasive manner, and I'm really glad that there's some detailed research being put into to explore why it's behaving the way it is. But I was curious about whether or not it's present at all in the main Hawaiian Islands.
Well, so the next researcher that's going to talk on the next permit will has the most information about this algae, but as far as we know, is not present here as of yet. And this cruise is like basically the follow-up cruise to the one when they first discovered it that will really every aspect of it, and this will see if it's being detected at other islands up in the monument. So that will be something that, different aspects of it at Pearl and Hermes. But as far as we know, it's not present in the main Hawaiian Islands as of yet.
Why don't we go on to C2 and we can vote on them at the same time and answer any further questions.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that.
Okay, let's do F2 next.
Okay, thanks. F2 is a request for authorization and approval to issue a Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument research permit to Dr. Heather Spalding, College of Charleston, Department of Biology for access to state waters to conduct research activities on the ecology, physiology, and diversity of benthic organisms impacted by the cryptogenic alga Chondria tumulosa in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. As I said, this expedition is part of the same ONMS cruise. This project will collect algae, coral, invertebrate, and water samples to study the ecology, physiology, and diversity of benthic organisms impacted by Chondria, as well as Chondria itself up in the northwesterns. And research objectives will include, but are not limited to, characterizing the current distribution of Chondria, population structure, and reproductive state, determining the role of oceanographic phenomena in the outbreak, and determining some of the impacts to other marine life and developing invasive algal mitigation and BMPs. And both of these research expeditions, including the entire cruise, will be adhering to the current draft BMPs for mitigating the potential spread of chondria, and will be disinfecting all their gear before they return to the main Hawaiian Islands. And yeah, the researcher, Dr. Heather Spalding, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Spalding. Please let us know what you think we want to know here.
Well, I think Kathy did a great job of answering that. So thank you, Kathy. You're absolutely right. So far, this alga has only been found at Manavai at Pearl and Hermes Atoll. We haven't physically done collections of it or found it anywhere else in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands or in the main Hawaiian Islands. We think that if it's going to distribute anywhere, or if it is present, it's most likely at Midway or Kure. And so the second cruise will be going up to those sites to survey and see if it is present at those sites, particularly at long-term sites that have been monitored for corals by John Burns' lab at UH Hilo. So we will see.
That's very interesting. Dr. Spalding, yeah, some of the factors that are involved in this kind of like sudden explosive invasive spread of this alga in Papahanaumokuakea. I know that a lot of people are concerned about it because Papahanaumokuakea is supposed to be one of those places that kind of lack those kinds of problems because of its protected status and control of access and the like. So you have any thoughts on initial hypotheses on why it's behaving the way it is in the manner in which it was discovered?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, right? We have a completely intact system with herbivores that are present, and you see the schools of the thousands of different fish when you're diving that are preying upon all the native limu that are there. How do you have a species come in and increase in abundance and very high abundance and covering the reef? We don't know. And that's what we really need to find out. So I was on the cruise in 2019 when we discovered the large mats of the chondria overgrowing the reef. At that point, we didn't even have a name for it. I didn't have a microscope on the boat, so I couldn't even ID it to the genus level. All I knew is that I'd never seen it before, and either the main Hawaiian Islands or the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. And so we really needed molecular techniques even to put an ID on it. But I don't know, that going back, us being able to return now, we hope to be able to gather some data to better understand this question. And so Andrea or Dr. Kealoha will be working on all of the abiotic conditions regarding the nutrient dynamics and characterizing the conditions that may be influencing the growth and productivity and distribution of this species there. Looking at the population genetics with our colleagues on this permit, we hope to better understand, is this all one clone? Is it sexually reproductive? Is it multiple populations? If it came from somewhere else, were there multiple introductions, or is it a native that is just taking advantage of different environmental conditions? So to be honest, we don't know at this point, but it is definitely a puzzle. I ate some. I thought it tasted great. I didn't detect, you know, if you eat limu kohu, if you eat different species, you have all the different flavors and whatnot of anti-herbivory compounds within the algae that you can detect. This, we're working with them. We're going to collect samples for Carla McDermott. She's going to look at the alga to see if it does contain anti-herbivory compounds. But it is striking when we were diving that the herbivore populations just pass it over. And so you see them go through and target the native algae that are still present in the areas where it's abundant, and they're not recognizing, they appear not to be recognizing this as a food source. Right now, we're sort of prioritizing trying to understand its spread and population dynamics, but I think secondarily, we need to go back and look at herbivore interactions and maybe look and see, is there anything actually eating this?
Dr. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to explore this a little bit further, but go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
No, I mean, that's fascinating that that the herbivores are not looking at it yet. And I hope that sometimes in fish, the behavior is like birds, in which if they're not familiar with something, they don't eat it until they happen to accidentally eat it, and then they home in on it and start controlling it as they should. But fascinating that you tasted it and it doesn't seem to have anything, and we'll all look forward to what you find chemically.
I was going to ask, are you familiar with the corallimorph outbreak at Palmyra Atoll? And are there any parallels that you can see yet in like why the corallimorph would just spread and cover up and kill all kinds of corals? And
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's tricky, right? And it's going to be site specific, likely, possibly. I mean, the thing with Pearl and Hermes and several of the islands and atolls in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands is you do have a lot of input in terms of the ghost nets and tsunami debris and whatnot. And I can't help, this is unsubstantiated, but I can't help but wonder if some of this might have brought it in from someplace else. The thing that's tricky with this alga is that it's an entirely new species. So there's no knowledge of it anywhere else in the world at this point. And so that's why we can't technically call it invasive, because it's cryptogenic in origin. We don't know if it's native or it was brought in from somewhere else. But given the rich history that we have of limu in the Hawaiian archipelago, if this was present, it's so abundant and so distinctive. It's difficult to think that we wouldn't have found it or we wouldn't have known. So I don't know. I don't know as much about the corallimorph. So
For indirectly answering the question, I was going to ask whether or not this Chondria tumulosa, because it has a name now, whether that was a epithet for species novum description, and I guess so.
Yeah, it's entirely new. So it's novel on several levels. One, how fast it grows and overgrows the reef, and it overgrows the corals, the native limu that there form important habitat. Number two, it's entirely new, and it's kind of a different morphology. This genus typically doesn't have thick mat-forming macroalgae, which is another reason why if it was known, you would notice it. It's not a cryptic species. So it grew really fast, overgrows everything. It shouldn't be growing like this in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands if it's edible. So on many levels, and there's not significant development in this area. You don't have a natural target in terms of, it's being influenced by anthropogenic nutrients such as sewage injection wells or near non-point source output of any kind. This is at Manawai. There's not a source that we can target to say this is what's happening, like with other algal blooms that we've had in the main Hawaiian Islands. And so it is a very novel alga in terms of its occurrence. So I'm very honored and excited that we can get back up there and try and figure out what is going on.
Cool.
thank you very much. I think we're lucky to have folks like you who are very knowledgeable researchers tackling this. So really appreciate all your work on it. Any other questions, board members? And if not, is there a motion to approve F1
So
and 2?
moved. 1 and 2.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. All right, thank you for your work on it. Good luck.
Best of luck, and I'm really curious to see what you come back with.
Yeah, me too. Maybe it'll all be gone.
Maybe.
It's the best case scenario.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We have a bunch of folks to swap in and out. We're going to move to F3 after the 5-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Good luck, Sam and Jimmy.
Thank you.
Hello.
Aloha.
Julie, is Melissa Goldman in for F3? Do you know?
I think she was going to, if needed, should I get her in right now? I will.
She's in the waiting room, so I'll let her in.
Yeah, just bring her in.
Okay.
Aloha.
Hello.
Hello, Inga.
Aloha. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank
I
you.
can. Yes, we can.
Okay. Aloha, mahalo. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Just a minute. We're not starting the agenda item yet. Just trying to make sure everyone who has signed up and is in the waiting room is in the meeting.
Chair, I think Melissa was having problems with her camera in Zoom, and I guess.
Oh, yes, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to fix it. Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone here that's not here for F3? I think we got everybody. Okay, I think that everyone who signed up for this that's in the waiting room is in. So if you're in the waiting room and you think you signed up for this, please email the board secretary or send her a chat message and let us know. Otherwise, I think these are for other agenda items. Okay.
We are missing one, Richard Pyle.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can go ahead with F3. So we'll start with Division of Aquatic Resources.
Okay.
And sorry, everyone else, please make sure that you're on mute and that your YouTube is off so that we don't have any echo. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo Chair, aloha Chair and board members. I also want to extend my mahalo to Member Gomes and Member Gahn for their amazing service and contribution over the years. I've really enjoyed the questions and discussions we've had, and it's a huge commitment, I know. So You both filled the role really well, and I appreciate it, and the Division of Aquatic Resources also really appreciates all of your hard work. So I hope we can continue to work together in some capacity on to your next leg. But we'll get started with F3. I also want to introduce my staff. I'm Brian Nielsen, Administrator, Division of Aquatic Resources. Other DARD staff on the Zoom today are Fisheries Program Manager David Sakota, our Kona biologist Chris Teague, and our other Kona biologist Nicole Smith. And so this item F3 is determination of whether the revised final environmental impact statement, RFEIS, complies with the applicable law and adequately discloses the environmental impacts of proposed issuance of commercial aquarium permits, commercial marine licenses, and West Hawaii aquarium permits for the West Hawaii Regional Fishery Management Area for the purpose of accepting the RFEIS. The applicant is Pet Industry Joint Advisory Council. We have Kim Koch on the Zoom today, who's representing the applicant, along with Dr. Terry Vanderwall from Stantec. They also have Dr. Richard Pyle, their scientific advisor, joining as well. And I think I saw James Lynch as well from Pet Advisory Joint Advisory Council. The proposed project would allow commercial aquarium fish collection by 7 collectors for various fish species located in the nearshore habitats of the West Hawaii Regional Fishery Management Area, also known as the WRFMA. The proposed action, as stated in the revised FEIS, is the collection of aquarium fish pursuant to the issuance of 7 commercial aquarium permits under HRS 188-31 and 7, commercial marine licenses under HRS 189-2 and 3, and implementation of species-specific catch quotas, ensuring lawful, responsible, and sustainable commercial collection of 8 aquarium fish species from nearshore habitats of the West Hawaii Regional Fishery Management Area. The objective of the RFEIS is to comply with the applicable law and provide information to the Board of Land and Natural Resources when it considers whether to issue 7 aquarium fish permits for the West Hawaii Regional Fishery Management Area. Along with the required commercial marine license, also known as a CML, and the West Hawaii Aquarium Permit to allow these 7 commercial aquarium fishers to fish for aquarium fish. It's important to emphasize that issuance of the permits is not at issue in this submittal and will be addressed at a later date. The revised final EIS considers 7 alternatives: no action, CML only, pre-aquarium collection ban, WRFMA only programmatic issuance of permits, Achilles tang conservation, limited permit issuance, revised whitelist, and limited permit issuance, the applicant's preferred alternative. The standard for evaluating the RFEIS is 1, the procedures for assessment, consultation, process review, and the preparation and submission of the statement have all been completed satisfactory as specified in this chapter. 2, the content requirements described in this chapter have been satisfied. And 3, comments submitted during the review process have received responses satisfactory to the accepting authority or approving agency and have been incorporated into the statement. The board's decision regarding the acceptability of this RFEIS is distinct from any management decision that the Division of Aquatic Resources, the Department of Land and Natural Resources, or the board may take in the future regarding Hawaii's aquarium fishery or the issuance of any aquarium fish permits, including to the 7 collectors covered by this RFEIS. Under the rules, acceptance means a formal determination of acceptability that the document required to be filed pursuant to Chapter 343 HRS fulfills the definitions and requirements of an environmental impact statement, adequately describes identifiable environmental impacts, and satisfactorily responds to the comments received during the review of the statement. Acceptance does not mean that the action is environmentally sound or unsound, but only that the document complies with Chapter 343 HRS and this chapter. A determination of acceptance is required prior to implementing or approving the action. Acceptability of the RFEIS is based on 3 criteria listed above. An environmental impact statement is not intended to resolve conflicts or opinion on the impacts of a proposed action. Rather, an EIS only intends to provide the relevant information to the deciding agency. And I quote from the 1996 Supreme Court case Price versus Obayashi Hawaii Corps. Whether or not the parties disagree, or even whether there is authority which conflicts with the agency's decision, is not the yardstick by which the sufficiency of an EIS is to be measured. Rather, it is whether the EIS as prepared permitted informed decision-making by the agency. In other words, an EIS need not be exhaustive to the point of discussing all possible details bearing on the proposed action, but will be upheld as adequate if it has been compiled in good faith and sets forth sufficient information to enable the decision maker to consider fully the environmental factors involved and to make a reasoned decision after balancing the risks of harm to the environment against the benefits to be derived from the proposed action, as well as to make a reasoned choice between alternatives. So moving into DAR's evaluation, standard number 1, the procedures for assessment, consultation, process review, and the preparation and submission of the statement have all been completed satisfactorily as specified in HAR Chapter 11-200. Standard 2, the technical content requirements described in HAR Chapter 11-200 have been satisfied. DAR staff has carefully examined the RFEIS to determine whether it fully declares all environmental implications of the proposed action and discusses all relevant and feasible consequences. The examination has identified the following potential concerns raised by the RFEIS regarding the impacts of some or all of the proposed alternatives. 1, potential impacts on coral, and 2, increase in proposed take of Potter's angelfish and Thompson's surgeonfish. Despite these concerns, DAR concludes that the RFEIS sets forth sufficient information to enable the board to consider fully the environmental impacts of the proposed action and make a reasoned decision. Standard 3, comments submitted during the review process have received satisfactory responses and have been incorporated into the RFEIS. No decision or recommendation on the action proposed by the RFEIS, i.e. the potential issuance of applicable permits for aquarium fish collection in the WRFMA, is being made at this time. The board will need to make a separate determination at a later date regarding whether to issue any permits and what permit terms and conditions may be necessary to mitigate environmental impacts. The RFEIS sets forth sufficient information to enable the board to make a reasoned decision regarding the proposed action, i.e. issuance of 7 aquarium fish permits. The applicant has complied with all procedural requirements under HRS Chapter 343 and applicable rules adopted thereunder. The following are DAR's recommendations to the board. Determine that the revised final environmental impact statement complies with the applicable law and adequately discloses the environmental impacts of the proposed issuance of commercial aquarium fish permits, commercial marine licenses, and West Hawaii aquarium permits for the West Hawaii Regional Fishery Management Area, and accept the final environmental impact statement regarding the issuance of commercial aquarium fish permits, commercial marine licenses, and West Hawaii aquarium permits for the West Hawaii Regional Fishery Management Area submitted by the Pet Industry Joint Advisory Council. That concludes our remarks, Chair. Unless you want to open it up for questions now, the applicant has requested to make some remarks and provide a brief presentation. So thank you.
Let's go ahead with the applicant's presentation.
Aloha Chair and board members. I'm Kim Koch and I've been leading this fishery through the HEPA process. I'm joined today by Terry Vandewall of Stantec Consulting and Dr. Richard Pyle. We want to thank you for having us back to present the new revised FEIS on this West Hawaii aquarium fishery. We put a lot of thought and consideration into the denial letter, and we feel we have addressed the concerns and fulfilled the requirements of HEPA. To do this, we looked at the best available science and data to come up with a new preferred alternative. But please remember, today is about the document itself. We have a lot to cover in a minimal time slot, so we will begin with a short video followed by a data presentation by Dr. Pyle, and conclude with answering any questions you all may have. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Richard Pyle.
Thank you. I'm going to now share the video.
Snorkeling on a coral reef is one of the most memorable experiences for people who visit Hawaii. But this experience is limited to those who are able to swim and to those with financial means to travel here. Everyone else would be cut off from this undersea world were it not for aquariums. Aquariums big and small allow people of all ages and abilities to learn about marine life. These aquariums are so well designed that fishes may live for decades, such as the yellow tangs in this exhibit, which are over 10 years old. Smaller aquariums in hospitals, schools, and homes are therapeutic, educational, and inspirational. These high school students at Central Campus, Iowa's premier regional academy, are learning about the ecology and behavior of marine animals from their aquariums. Dr. Richard Pyle is a world authority on the exploration of deep reefs. He spoke to us about his childhood aquariums and how they shaped his career.
My very earliest childhood memories all were about fishes, and specifically about just being mesmerized by fishes. I mean, most of my childhood, from my earliest years all the way up through college, it was all about keeping these things alive in captivity, which led me to understanding their behavior, which led me to scuba diving and understanding what their natural environment was like. And it really drew me into the entire profession of marine biology.
For the foreseeable future, yellow tangs and other fish species will continue to be collected from the reef. This is the most highly regulated fishery in Hawaii, and extensive data collected over 17 years reveal that it is sustainable at current levels of fishing. Here, divers from the fishing village of Miloli'i on the island of Hawaii get ready for a dive to collect aquarium fish. After the work is done, the divers head quickly back to shore. It is important to get the fish into holding tanks in the warehouse as quickly as possible. These fish holding facilities are well designed with elaborate life support systems. Fish in excellent health for several days prior to shipping. Packing fish for shipment has been perfected using techniques that are safe and humane and approved by the International Air Transport Association and aquatic veterinarians. Fish are double bagged with a liner to prevent puncture from fish spines. Fish have enough water to swim upright, and about 2/3 of the bag is filled with oxygen. Fish are shipped this way to survive flight delays up to 24 hours and can survive much longer with minimal or no mortality. Reef fish have been collected in Hawaii for over 40 years. Not one species has gone extinct from overfishing, nor are any listed as threatened or endangered. The Hawaii aquarium fishery is sustainable. We know this because of work conducted by the Aquatic Resources Division of the State Department of Land and Natural Resources. Divers have collected data on reef fish populations since 1999, conducting over 6,700 transects. This program is under the direction of Dr. William Walsh, who has been involved with this research for over 40 years.
By examining the patterns of abundance and through time, we get a really good feel for the overall, sustainability of the fishery. You can see this is a result. This is a kind of a mock-up of the data since 1999 in the 3 different kinds of areas: the MPAs, which were long protected, the FRAs, which became protected back around the beginning of 2000, and then the open areas. And you can see that all of the areas have increased. Looking at the most recent couple of years to the previous years back in time here. The FRAs, the population of yellow tang, have gone up by 72%, and even the yellow tang populations in the open areas, which are the ones that are being collected, have increased by 31%. So it's very significant that all of the areas that are increasing, not just the areas that are closed. And when we created this whole network of protected areas, we envisioned it as serving as a model for what happens if you institute a fully protected no-take area. And even the second most collected species, and this is the figure showing that's very even more dramatic increases, 56% in the marine protected areas, 47% in the FRAs, and a 54% increase in the open areas. And the population of both these species have increased by millions of fish over that period of time. Unique things about the aquarium fishery is it is the most intensively managed fishery in Hawaii. It's also the economically most valuable inshore fishery. It exceeds reef fishes in general. It exceeds even bottom fish in the economic return of it. So, having a well-managed fishery makes sense both ecologically and economically for the state of Hawaii. And the key difference basically is the percentage of areas which are off limits to the aquarium collectors, which constitutes 35%. 65% is open. The aquarium fishery targets small individuals, immature individuals. And if you can have areas that allow those small individuals to mature, and for yellow tang, that's somewhere about 5 to 7 years, and then they start reproducing. And for yellow tang, they have a relatively long lifespan of 40 years or so. So for decades after decade, in those areas that are protected, there's successful reproduction, and as they get bigger, the reproduction actually increases. And then almost fortuitously, unlike a lot of other fisheries which target the biggest fish, the ones that reproduce most, the aquarium fishery doesn't. And there's almost like a size refuge, even in the open areas, where once they reach a certain size, and that's typically around that size at maturity, they're not really desired for aquarium collecting, and they're released if they're caught. So even in the open areas, there's very robust populations of the adults. And the third thing with the aquarium fishery, particularly the yellow tang, it's not a desired food fish. So we have three things going for it, and that's unique, literally, in most fisheries to have all three sort of behavioral, biological, and management options making things work.
Hawaiian reef fishes can be found in homes and public aquariums around the world. These children are enjoying their home aquarium in Virginia. To get a final perspective on fish collecting and the value of aquariums, we spoke with Dr. Randall Kosaki, NOAA's Deputy Superintendent of the Papahanaumokuakea National Monument.
All of the science indicates that this is a very sustainable fishery. We have almost 20 years of good monitoring data on coral reefs where fish collecting occurs. And both the fishes and the coral reef habitats and the fish collectors are doing very well. The reefs are very, very healthy. The fishery is healthy and sustainable. I would argue that we should treat this like any other fishery. It tends to get treated a little differently because they're ornamental fish rather than food fish. But really, when you come down to it, it's just another fishery. It's like a tuna fishery or a salmon fishery that has certain mathematical characteristics, like, for example, a maximum sustainable yield, which is the maximum amount of biomass you can take out of this population on an annual basis without causing the population to decline and eventually crash. So if you're fishing at that level or below that level, this fishery is indeed sustainable in perpetuity, indefinitely. And so I think there is a place in the world for coral reef fish entering the aquarium trade, because once they leave the reef, they then become the best possible ambassadors for that habitat. The people that care about these fishes care as much as anyone else on Earth about the coral reef habitat. It raises awareness in ways that books and magazines and pictures just couldn't. I mean, when it comes to fishes, I love fish books. A picture of a fish is worth 1,000 words, but in many ways, a live fish in an aquarium is worth 1,000 pictures. So coral reef fishes alive in aquaria and doing well and healthy are one of the best ways to raise awareness about coral reefs and one of the best ways to inspire people to consider conservation measures. And these aquariums, they're distributed well inland, well far away from coastlines, away from coral reefs. They will make people think about the coral reef habitat and threats that face them. Well, I can speak from my personal experience that when I was a kid, there was nothing more fun than going down to the beach, catching a few fish in a tide pool, bringing them home with me and putting them in an aquarium, taking care of them, feeding them, reading about them in books, learning about them. It really was the catalyst for sort of a marine science education. In my case, it drew me to larger and larger aquaria to the point where you can't keep them in your house, and so you seek out the nearest public aquarium. Public aquaria, really, they're about fishes, they're about biology, but really they're educational institutions. You can go to a public aquarium, you can take away as much or as little as you want from it, and it could propel you into a career in marine science, as it did for me. So it's a start. It's opening a door for young people. It may or may not take off, but for those that do, it's an unforgettable experience. They will remember it for as long as they live, that very first aquarium, the very first fish they put in it.
So that was a prepared video from Bruce Carlson. And what I'd like to do now is, well, first of all, aloha, Chair Case and members of the Board of Natural Resources. I should probably introduce myself a little bit. My name is Dr. Richard Pyle, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. For those of you who don't know me, I was born here in Hawaii. I've spent my entire adult life studying coral reef fishes here in Hawaii and throughout the Pacific. I received my PhD from the University of Hawaii under the guidance of Dr. John E. Randall, and since 1986, I've worked closely alongside Dr. Randall, who most of us knew as Jack, in the fish collection here at Bishop Museum, where I'm currently Senior Curator of Ichthyology. My testimony today reflects my own personal experience, as well as a general consensus of more than 20 PhD researchers familiar with the aquarium fishery in Hawaii, who have collectively submitted testimony today, and whose research on and understanding of this issue in Hawaii spans nearly half a century. Now, the video you just watched summarizes the available data up through 2015. It's a little bit old, so I've been asked to provide an update of that data up until 2019, which is the most recent data. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen again. And I hope you can all see this graph. So the data I'm about to show you were gathered by DAR over the course of 2 decades, from 1999 to 2019, and they represent the work of over 8,700 surveys conducted by more than 82 divers at 25 sites off West Hawaii. This particular graph shows the abundance of yellow tang, the most heavily collected species for the aquarium trade off West Hawaii, representing 83% of the total catch. The blue line you see shows the abundance of yellow tang over these 20 years within marine protected areas, or MPAs, where generally no fishing of any kind is allowed. The red line shows the abundance of yellow tang within fish replenishment areas, or FRAs, where aquarium fish collecting has been prohibited since the start of this study, but other fishing is allowed. And the green line represents the abundance of yellow tang in open areas, where aquarium fishing and other kinds of fishing are both permitted. The bars at the bottom of the graph indicate counts of young of the year, or YOY, which reflect the level of recruitment of new juveniles for each year. The important thing to focus on in this and the subsequent graphs is not so much the absolute abundances comparing the different areas, but the trends over time. Many different variables could explain the absolute differences, but it's the trends over time that reflect the direct impact of aquarium fishing compared to areas with no fishing. For example, if the aquarium fish collecting activity was having a significant impact on populations, you would expect to see the green line to trend downward relative to the blue and the red lines. However, what you see here is that all 3 lines track largely the same basic pattern over these 20 years. So over the course of the study, the estimated population of yellow tang of West Hawaii actually increased significantly in all 3 areas, with a total net increase in abundance of nearly 120%. This means the estimated populations more than doubled over the course of the study, including both protected areas and areas open to fishing. So this second graph shows essentially the same data for the Kolei tang, which also increased significantly in abundance in all 3 areas, nearly doubling its population. And I've got similar graphs for each of the other 6 species that are covered by the proposed opening of the fishery under the RFEIS. This is the orange spines unicorn fish abundance. This is the Potter's angelfish abundance. This is the bird wrasse abundance. This is the Thompson's surgeonfish abundance. This is the black surgeonfish abundance. And this is the brown surgeonfish abundance. Now, in all species, within all regions, including the MPAs, the FRAs, and open areas, the populations either increase significantly over the 20-year study period or remain steady. There were no cases among these species in any of the 3 types where populations decline. So under the proposal supported by the RFEIS, the maximum take is negligible compared to the estimated populations of these 8 species. These graphs show you that for 4 of the species, the yellow bars indicating the maximum take under the proposal, and the blue bars representing the estimated total populations in the overall area. And these are for 4 of the species, and these are for the other 4 species. And as you can see, the data show very clearly that this fishery is very well managed and is highly sustainable. Indeed, it is regarded as one of the most well-studied and best managed nearshore fisheries in the world. It served as a model not only for other similar fisheries around the world, but is also a perfect model to demonstrate the effectiveness and efficacy of the DAR 30x30 initiative. In summary, this really isn't complicated. The data are unambiguous and robust. As many of you know, usually when I provide testimony of this sort, it is in support of increasing expanded marine protected areas, just as my advisor, Jack Randall, did throughout his career. I will continue to champion marine protected areas like the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument as long as the scientific data support it. But on this particular issue, as Jack also recognized, the scientific data clearly demonstrate that the management of the fishery has been extremely successful. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to stand by and address any questions that you or others might have.
All right, board members, questions? Mr. Ewan.
I'll let somebody go if there's somebody else who wants to go. No?
I have a couple, I just want to clarify that I did have a question, the date of the video, you said it was 2015, so, because it shows Dr. Bill Walsh, but he has retired, so I just want to.
That's correct. Yes, that video was, that video was recorded in 2015. It also shows Dr. Kosaki as the deputy superintendent. He's now, I believe, the chief researcher. I forget what his actual title is, but yes, that video was compiled in 2015.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ewan.
You know, if you look at the first graph that you showed of yellow tang, from the beginning of the study period until about 2011, actually, the yellow tang population declines quite a bit in the open areas. And I mean, if you look at the 1999 figure, and it rises for a little while till 2003, and then from 2003 until 2007, 2008, it drops quite a bit, it jumps up again, drops again in 2011, and in 2011 it's about half of what it was in 1999. And I'm wondering, just from a management point of view, did the scientists, the other people, the Division of Aquatic Resources, when they saw this decline over this 10 or 12 year time period, were they concerned? Did they think this was something bad? Did this trigger any changes in management? Or did people look at it as nothing much to be concerned about, a natural population fluctuation?
I'll have to defer to representatives of DAR how they interpreted these data, but I would interpret these data not, yes, there were declines, but there were declines in the protected areas as well as the open areas, which suggests strongly that whatever the forces were behind those declines and subsequently increases had nothing to do with the fishery itself. In fact, if you look at those yellow bars, you can see that the patterns are sort of trailing what the young of the year represent. In other words, many different factors affect how abundant a particular recruitment year is for new juveniles. And then in the years following a particularly large recruitment, you'll see a growth in the overall population. So the point is, yeah, there were declines and then there were increases at different times, but the fact that they followed parallel tracks in both protected areas and unprotected areas suggests strongly that it had nothing to do with the aquarium fishery per se, and almost certainly had to do with other factors. But I'll defer to members of the DAR to answer your question about how DAR interprets those data.
Mhm. Well, while I have you then, a couple of sort of related question. I notice that every year after there's a 3 years with big jumps in the young of the year. And then the next year, there's a big jump in the total number of fish. And my understanding is the young of the year are not counted in the line graph. But if they survive, they'll be counted the next year. There is a jump in the aquarium collection areas. It doesn't seem to be as pronounced, though, as in either the MPAs or the FRAs. Does this indicate some effect from collecting, or is there something else that might be going on here?
Well, I think statistically, you can't say they're not as pronounced. You have to actually run the statistics. And I only have currently in front of me access to the statistics spanning the entire 20-year period rather than segments in between. And there were statistical significant increases in all of the protected and unprotected areas. Now, the key here, though, is that in order to detect these patterns, you have to watch them over periods of time because fish have a certain life cycle. And so you have to see, you can't look in any particular subset of time, or especially you can't look at one particular year, because that doesn't really tell you anything about impacts of one factor or another factor. You have to watch the trends over time. And the longer time you have to watch those trends, the more reliable and confident you can be in your results. And so including this entire 20-year period, there were statistically significant increases in all of the areas. I'm not sure if that addresses your question, but essentially that's the best interpretation I have. And again, I would defer to others perhaps closer to this study who might have more results in their fingertips.
Maybe I'll ask Brian whether DAR looked at this decline in numbers at the time as being an issue of concern, and up till about 2011, and if not, why not?
I'm going to ask our Kona biologist, Chris Teague, to try to address your question.
Hi, everybody. So I can't speak to exactly how we view in 2010, 2011, around then. I'd have to look through our previous reports to the legislature to see what Dr. Walsh and others in our division said about that. I can say, though, considering some of those declining years, particularly between, say, 2003 and 2010, 2011 or so, that is coming right off of a recruitment pulse. So you can see that. Actually, would you mind, Dr. Pyle, putting that figure back up so I can reference it? Many of those sort of short declining years, periods follow a sort of large recruitment pulse. So it could be that we're seeing this pulse of individuals and then the densities kind of drop back off until the next recruitment pulse. And this is sort of what we would expect from a population that has these periodic recruitment events. And mainly because what we're seeing here is density rather than biomass. If we saw a biomass plot, it might be a little more kind of tempered, those big changes. But as Dr. Pyle was saying, we can't really take many conclusions from shorter periods of time. It's very important to look at kind of the overall time period because fish populations are so variable temporally.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
One question for Dr. Powell. Maybe you know this. Do you know how many aquarium fish end up in public aquaria, like you showed in the film, versus private aquaria?
I honestly don't know that ratio. I would suspect that the majority end up in private aquaria rather than public aquaria, but there are others who can give testimony to that better than I could.
Thank you. Other questions, board members? Why don't we go to public testimony? There's a lot of public testimony, so I would respectfully request that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes as possible. And I will go in the order that I have on the sign-up sheet. So first up would be Robert Wintner.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for the meeting today. And I'm going to be brief. I own Snorkel Bobs in Hawaii. I have been involved with this campaign to stop aquarium collecting for many years. And I'm assuming that most of the people here today have seen the movie Terminator with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And every time they think the Terminator is done for and he's just a slithering blob on the pavement, he comes back together and rises again. And that's what this exercise reminds me of. Hawaii, the people of Hawaii, the vast majority of people in Hawaii do not want the aquarium trade to be here. The people in Hawaii do not find this extraction of reef wildlife to be pono in any way. This same board ruled that way not too long ago when PJAC, I will remind you, the PJAC, Pet Industry Joint Advisory Council, prepared its initial environmental impact statement, and it had nothing to do with environment. It was a defense of livelihood. It's another defense of livelihood, a little bit modified word form. PJAC is not a vested interest in Hawaii reef wildlife or habitat. And this needs to stop. This is an industry begun as an oversight in 1971 or so, and it should never have started. It has now ended after DLNR has done an end run around the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, it was a huge component of their ruling for injunctive relief. And Director Case opted at that time. I met with Director Case a couple times, and she was literally immovable on this. And her single response was, it's been litigated, it's been litigated, it's been litigated. Now that was at the Circuit Court and the Court of Appeals levels. At the Supreme Court, Ms. Case, it's been litigated. But still, instead of complying with court ruling, the director opted to say, okay, no more permits required for aquarium collecting. All you need is a commercial fishing permit. In loose terms, that's scofflaw. It's an end run around the Supreme Court, which should be the will of the people. Hawaii is a unique state because the Attorney General should enforce these things, but he's a gubernatorial appointee. And Governor Ige has also deferred to Director Case on all matters on this issue. With all due respect, this is not conservation work. This is commercial work. And that's my position. I'm sure it comes as no surprise to anybody here who knows me. It's time to end it and keep it ended. Keep it down on the ground. Keep it gone. Thanks very much. I appreciate the effort. Aloha.
Thank you. Next up is Jim Ward. I am not sure I see Jim Ward. So next up is Corey Harden.
Yeah, good morning, board members. Thank you for your volunteer service. I do want to say that was a very well done video. I think it was deceptive. It mixes up fish in educational aquariums and fish in amateur aquariums. which I think Chair Case picked up on. And I'm surprised that the presenters don't have an answer about how many go to amateurs and how many to educational aquariums. I don't object to educational, well-kept aquariums. But I am wondering why we're even considering letting 7 people take almost 250,000 fish off our reefs. Many of these fish will be punctured and trimmed and stuffed into tiny bags without food for long trips, so arduous that it'll kill many of them. This is happening to line Petco's pockets, from sales of overpriced aquarium tanks, fancy lights, sophisticated bubblers, and even little plastic deep sea divers you can use to decorate your tank. Petco will even sell you a special fish to break in your new tank. Never mind that this often kills that fish. And then the other fish, the ones you're trying to keep alive, if you're an amateur, they keep going belly up because you don't know what you're doing. But you can go back to Petco again and again for more fish and more overpriced equipment to try and keep them alive. Meanwhile, back in Hawaii, collectors have to keep scooping up more fish to replace those that are dying in amateurs' tanks. But also back in Hawaii are people whose families have taken care of the land and the sea for generations. They know the moons, the tides, the life of the sea. They speak for the sea creatures, the coral, and for Native Hawaiians' profound connection to the sea and the land. And many of them are calling for an end to the senseless assault on ocean life, which in the end is also an assault on ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tina Owens.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, good morning to the Chair Case and to the members of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. My name is Christine Owens. I'm usually known by the first name of Tina. I'm testifying today from Kailua Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii. I'm here to testify in support of the final draft of the EIS that you are considering here. I was co-creator of the Lost Fish Coalition, who were the first to try to ban aquarium fishing back in 1998. There's a long story after that, which I'm not going to bore you with, but I was a long-term member of the West Hawaii Fishery Council and was co-chair for several years. I've been closely watching everything that has been happening within the West Hawaii Regional Fisheries Management Area, and I will tell you the truth. Over 23 years, we have seen the aquarium industry in West Hawaii go from a Wild West type of industry to a well-managed industry. There are people who will tell you all sorts of falsehoods about it, and we've just heard some of them. In the past, I have found that these people are willing to present data purported to be from West Hawaii that is, in fact, 40 years old or comes from Indonesia and the Philippines. I urge you as officials to at least get your data from your own DAR scientists and other marine scientists as well. I have read the final EIS being presented for decision today. I am very much in favor of it. It contains 3 provisions that the West Hawaii Fishery Council has been trying to get the state to adopt for West Hawaii for a number of years. The 3 elements that I am most pleased with are the reduction of available West Hawaii aquarium licenses and matching commercial marine licenses to 7, the reduction of the species allowed to be caught to 8, the establishment of catch quotas for those 8 allowed species. All 3 of these provisions are well-established fishery management practices. All the data collected up to now demonstrate that the aquarium industry was already sustainable when managed as the West Hawaii aquarium industry has been. The addition of these 3 practices will further enhance the already effective management in place. I urge you to accept this final EIS. Thank you, Tina Owens.
Thank you. Next up is Maki Morinoi.
Aloha Department of Land and Natural Resources. Thank you for this time. My name is Maki Morinoi from Holualoa. I am strongly opposed to F3. This billion-dollar industry that impacts hobbyists, it's no wonder that within a year after You graciously placed a ban on aquarium hunting. We are faced with testifying to protect our natural resources so soon. With this kind of money, this business will continue to try to pass a law to resurrect this year after year. This should never pass for life because their life perpetuates life for our next generation and balances our ecosystem. I am a living witness to the changes in our ocean landscape along with my multi-generational family stories. The data that you have collected is from 1999. Our visual observation goes way back. As a child, I witnessed the shorelines from Hapuna to Pu'uhonua Ohonaunau. Fishing, swimming, snorkeling, diving, and observing the waves before it crashes onto our shores. That magical sight of abundance fish inside the waves still captivates my curiosity and wonder. Only today there are less colors, variety, and numbers of fish. Our ocean does not look like the educational aquarium of Baltimore, where I have visited, New York City, San Diego. It used to. I am saddened to witness the depletion of abundance and overall health of our coral ecosystem due to human impact and climate change. I grew up snorkeling and shoreline fishing. I no longer see beautiful, colorful fish like we used to in abundance. We used to see varieties of colorful fish in large schools of abundance. Now, when I take my son snorkeling, we have to look around for fish. And what used to be in abundance is now spread out and sparse. We had big schools of yellow tang. My grandparents and father's era referred to them as Kona Gold or the Gold Coast. They told us stories with such appreciation for nature's beauty while fishing along the shores. When humans tamper with the balance of nature for profit, it will cause a negative impact to the balance of life. There is a reason that we have big schools of fish. We witness that we do not have big schools of fish anymore. We lack abundance, the way it's supposed to be. These schools of fish are food for larger fish and help ecosystems for the coral. After researching past hearings on the non-fact-based statements claiming that the industry is sustainable and that there is so much abundance to take from is false. I am a living witness and observer well before 1999. I do hope the environmental impact presentation is represented by a third party, non-biased, nor persuaded by this kind of money. I do hope there are financial investigations for the party that is involved in this environmental impact statement so that your decisions can serve the mission of the Department of Natural Resources, which is enhance, protect, conserve, and manage Hawaii's unique and limited natural, cultural, and historical resources held in public trust for current and future generations of people of Hawaii Ne and its visitors in partnership with others from the public and private sectors. The people of Hawaii are watching in great numbers today. I don't fully trust our system when there is so much money at stake. Growing up here and even today, we continue to see politicians clearly side with the big corporations over the well-being of our natural, cultural resources of our people for profit. Do not pass this. This will cause a massive negative ripple effect in our ocean with our people. The only people this impacts are hobbyists. To me, we as human species need to utilize critical thinking and responsibility and move quickly towards sustainability. I don't care about someone's hobby. May your decision allow you to be brave, to sleep in peace every night knowing you lived a life in science to impact and to protect nature as it is so graciously allowed us to live here on this planet, and to uphold public trust. I agree with the comment that we need to understand the numbers, how many of these go to education versus private. I am against this. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next up is Mike Nakachi.
Aloha mai kako, Chair Case, and board members. Grateful for this opportunity to come here and be a part of this public process. Again, my name is Mike Nakachi. I come to you from the island of Mokuokeawe, in the Ahupua'a of Waikoloa. I come with lineal descendants behind me and stand with me with Mo'oku Auhau that goes back to Kalauhea, Ke Kauliki, Kamehameha Nui, Paki, Akana, Aki, and 300 years of generational knowledge of place across the Pai'aina. This RFEIS, I was very proud as a Kanaka to have voiced my opinion at this last environmental impact statement hearing, and was very proud of Chair Case and the entire board for rejecting the original EIS. Nothing has changed. Kanaka are still here. Kama'aina are still here. But what we all must remember, the original ancestral descendants are all of those Kinolau that reside from Kalai to Upolu. I'm just going to remind you of some names, just very simply. Kalai, Vaiahukini, Pu'uhau, Humuhumu, Kauna, Kapua, Okoi, Honamalino, Miluli, Papa, Alika, Kipa Hoi Hoi, Alai, Ki'ilai, Ho'okena, Honau Nau, Keawa Kaheka, Kekiwaha. The list goes. I am just ended by Pu'uhau, Pu'u'ohau, Red Hill. 155 miles of leeward coastline we are talking about. DAR only does 25 transects. That is in no way, shape, or form representative of what Aina represents. Traditional and customary practices dictate, one, aloha for Aina. I come here with aloha for Aina and aloha for you all. I come here in the practice of Malama Aina. And third and foremost, this practice of a destructive take of Kinolau has no Aina Momona to it at all. End of story. It is Pilau, out of here. Kanaka will not be suppressed ever again. And neither should any Kama'aina, like Sister Miranoia, who just spoke earlier. I have aloha for her family up in Holualoa. They do wonderful things. I am very proud that people are holomua here. To all of those people, including others that have said, oh, brah, where is the poaching? Ha! The answer has happened. DoCare has stepped up along with community pride to show deceptive take of this industry. People that are unlicensed, people that do not have CMLs, people that have had disrespect for Aina continue. Even to this day, disrespect happens on all levels. So unanimously reject this FEIS again, and it's time for these type of destructive practices. I almost puked when I seen that video. And listening to economic benefits from Dr. Bill Walsh that supersede the governance of DLNR and the BLNR. So BLNR, Imua, do the right thing. Reject this FEIS again. Mahalo for your time. Ahui ho'o.
Thank you. Next up is Inga Gibson.
Aloha. Aloha Chair Board members, Inga Gibson with Pono Advocacy. Thank you so much for this opportunity. You will hear, as you just heard, a lot of impassioned testimony, but I did want to specifically speak to the role and responsibility of the board in making these decisions, specifically on the matter of HEPA. Just two statements I hope you keep in mind throughout my testimony and others is that this RFEIS failed to disclose numerous impacts socially, culturally, and environmentally, and also failed to respond or even be responsive to the comments. So those are failures outright that should encourage the board or to basically reject this FEIS. I just want to point out a couple things because I see that there's a lot of manipulation and misleading. The 7 collectors are actually proposing to take more than what 22 collectors previously took, which basically resulted in a 59% decrease in abundance of yellow tang. 7 collectors taking what 22 collectors used to take. Less collectors, more fish taken. The revised FEIS from the earlier draft EIS actually proposes to take 119% more fish than in the earlier draft. Again, are these revisions? These revisions are not significant and do not address the needs and the impacts of these activities. The revised FEIS also failed to respond to 11 of the 14 issues, severe issues and inadequacies that the very board brought up in rejecting this EIS last year. And as I don't need to remind the board, but I will, it's important to note that PJAC and Stantec completely deleted the entire discussion and section regarding enforcement and compliance. This board knows good and well. Thank you for your action in actually holding the poachers from last year, 6 of which were ultimately charged. And of course, the board also leveled some significant civil penalties against them. So they completely removed the entire discussion regarding enforcement. More than 100 comments submitted requested that the revised FEIS address the severe issues with enforcement, lack of enforceability. I also want to note that despite PJAC claiming that they would release the names of the 7 proposed permittees and our requesting those names, they refused to do so. Right now, these 7 proposed permittees remain unidentified and may very well be those same individuals that this board rightfully fined for their poaching activity. I also want to note that the RFEIS fails to disclose any kind of, or even conduct any kind of cost-benefit analysis. And it's obvious, basically, that there is no benefit. They are required to provide what the benefit are. There is no benefit to the people of Hawaii. Unfortunately, the testimony on the BLNR website has been removed. However, I did have an opportunity to go through all of the testimony before it was removed. Of 340 pieces of testimony, only 12 were from Hawaii residents that supported acceptance of the EIS. This tells you the people that want our fish, the people that want to continue to profit from our reef wildlife, submitted testimony from Indonesia, from Singapore, from Kenya, from Kentucky, from Tennessee. This is about continuing to exploit our animals. And in closing, because I'm very familiar with the video that Dr. Pyle presented, because I have actually seen it, it's regularly presented at aquarium trade hobbyist conferences across the country, such as in the one in Vegas I attended a few years ago. The data, the graphs is a pure example of data manipulation. It failed to note the significant, never seen before abundance because of the closure of the aquarium trade 2017 through 2019. That large increase is absolutely directly related to the closure of the West Hawaii aquarium trade. Further, it's interesting because some of those videotaped, some of those in the video have been charged numerous times, boats seized. Those are the people in the video that are our model aquarium collectors. For shame. Also, I'd just like to close with, I worked with Dr. Pyle on Papahanaumokuakea designation, and I respect him, but I really wish that he would speak to the masked angels that he himself has captured and sold. So there are a lot of misinformation here regarding the real interests of these people that put themselves out there as independent and non-biased. So mahalo for the opportunity. Please reject this completely faulty, inadequate RFEIS and do right by Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you. Let's see, I think you stated that we removed public testimony on this item, and I don't think we are intending to. It's there were many pieces of testimony that were distributed to the board. So we had an opportunity to review it, and they have been posted. Some of them may still be posting, so please check back there. There may be an upload going on temporarily. And I wanted to just ask Ms. Gibson, you did provide some detailed testimony on the EIS. Did you submit that in the process, and were your comments incorporated?
Yes, I submitted testimony both independently as Pono Advocacy myself, and also as part of our HUI. And I did, when I checked yesterday, that written testimony was included, but as
No, I'm sorry, what I meant was in the EIS review process. So did you submit your testimony as comments, and were your comments addressed in the EIS?
No. None of our collective comments were addressed in the EIS. No, they were not addressed. Most of them stated, we will forward your concerns to the decision makers, whatever that may mean. And then again, the reference to all the enforcement issues, as you well know, Chair Case, that I'm very familiar with, basically resulted in their removing any and all discussion of enforcement and compliance measures. And I did, if I may, I think it's important to note, and I did email Darlene, and I really feel for her. I know that she is dealing with an overwhelming amount of testimony, but just as an example, on the web, it says that there are 9 pieces of testimony from out of state. When I went through them, there are over 100. So I know a lot of folks are concerned whether or not their testimony was received, and also whether or not the board is able to see that the overwhelming majority of the supporters are not even from Hawaii, let alone even the United States. So
we did receive that. We did see that.
Okay, mahalo. Thank you so much, Chair.
We'll make sure it's posted correctly, but we did. Thank you. Okay, next up is Kaimi Kaupiko.
Aloha mai kākou to Chair Case and the Board of Land and Natural Resources. I wanted to give oral testimony here again to all of you guys. I'm here with my dad and my nephew, 3 generations of Lawai Apono who have been practicing fishing traditionally for our entire lives. And we are here in rejection of this final environmental impact statement that is provided by PJAC. We've been fighting this issue for a majority of our lives. My father is the last Konahiki of Miloli'i who has managed these places so that we can be able to fish for our livelihood. We have worked really hard to create our own management plan so that we can continue to control and manage our ahupua'a for the last 100, 200 years as Native Hawaiians. And as they have provided in that video, they don't do a pono way. A lot of our families don't work for the industry anymore because of the direction and manipulation, and they have eventually moved on to different jobs. So I just wanted to point that out, that our zoning where we are in the FRA is actually wrong, and we wanted to change it back in the early 90s, but unfortunately that was given to us and a lot of the Hawaiians weren't really happy. So I wanted to make that point that we are still dealing with a lot of illegal poaching, The environmental impact statement does not address any of our cultural concerns. We're very upset on a lot of the data that has been given today, but we continue to fight and stand up for what we believe in. The Konahiki has been managing these waters for generations, and that's why what I hear a lot of times is that a lot of the poaching happens down here is because we take care of it and we make sure we manage it correctly through our own ways and systems. But I wanted to come on today to ask the board again, you know, after you denied last year, we want you to continue to do it again this year, because the practice is not pono. We look at the resource as our kupuna, our aumakua, and that's how we will view it for the remainder of our lives. But I just wanted to come on today and ask you guys to, again, listen to all the concerns from our community. And that's why it's been a complete rejection now from majority of our families, that they don't want to see this industry. Over our last 10 years, we have surveyed, done monitoring in our own cultural practices. So the cultural lens is rising up now, because now most of our families are waking to see the resources gone. If we go in the water, in the video, there's hardly any fish, and there's still hardly any fish in our shores. And we're very, very passionate that we need to control and manage and protect our areas, our pu'uhonua here in Miloli'i. And that's where we're coming to you today to speak about that, to let them know we don't want this over here. We've been fighting for this industry, against this industry for more than my life. My dad's been doing it, and my nephew would carry on. So we just wanted to come on and share a little bit about that. I have my dad over here. He would like to add his mana'o as well.
Hello, Kako, and how are you, Suzy? Thank you for inviting us to say our piece. We've gone a long way, stand up what we believe, and I see, gosh, man, what a big difference Middle East is into now. We are suffering from replenishing the area. I guess we kind of wake up. This project kind of made us be more aware of not only the tropical fish, but the other fish that we eat too, that when we get our CBSM that we are doing, we're trying to close some of these places so we can replenish the fish back in those areas that is depleted totally, especially in those yellow tanks was one of the main Hawaiian fishes that bring all the fish to the reef. And it's so strange now. I go to Honomalino, Kapua, you don't see all those fishes on the reef. I'm no biology, but I'm just thinking what was happening. I grew up with those fishes, the yellow tang. They bring all the other fishes to the reefs, yeah? It's so sad. I wish this thing never did happen. And I told Bill that you cannot have down here because Miloli is a FM area. I had Senator Inouye and Akaka after 1995 recognized the Hawaiian Native Bill here for Miloli to protect. So I'm on the federal recognition to protect the resources here. So it's important, but anyway, so that I just hope that this thing doesn't go through anymore. This is a terrible industry that everybody was out there for money. It's not aloha for president. I told all the Native boys down here, be careful. When you go one place, don't go back. Rest it. But no, it's boats after boats. But every week I'm out there feeding my opelo. I see tropical divers in the ground every day. Fish got no rest. And what the DNR do? Nothing. So if you cannot manage the resource, don't allow it.
Yeah, and
that's all I'm saying. I told William Isla this before. You cannot, and this is not traditional. So I want to thank you very much for my testimony today. And please don't allow this. Thank you, Suzy.
Yeah. You want to say something, Makana? Tell them who you are, that you're the last, you're the next generation, and that you're gonna take on what your papa did. You can tell them. Say aloha who you are.
Aloha, my name is Makana Kaupiko. I am the last generation.
The next, yeah.
The next generation.
And I don't want to support you.
And I do not want to support this thing.
Environmental assessment.
Environmental assessment.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair Case. Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jerry Isham. Isham. Okay, Sienna Shar.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Jerry Isham.
Okay, thank you. Go
Hi,
ahead.
sorry, I had trouble speaking. Hi, my name is Jerry Isham. I'm a fisherman. I've been a fisherman diver for over 30 years. I'm a second generation fisherman. I fully support this EIS. This is not only about, this is not only about the right thing, but I believe that as a fisherman, we have been fishing, the right way for all these years, doing the right thing. This is, in my opinion, one of the most sustainable industries, one of the most sustainable fishing industries, not only in Hawaii, but the world. And the reason I believe that is because this is one of the few industries that divers have to physically go down and literally only pick what they're going for. We have basically zero bycatch. That's unheard of in other fisheries. Now, I'm gonna try to keep my testimony short, but this talk about not pono and, honestly, there's no difference between spearing a fish, a pualo or a ulua, and taking them home and feeding my family versus selling a yellow tang that can live out the rest of its life in a public aquarium or a personal aquarium. In my opinion, it's a win-win. I'm gonna take the money, buy food, put food on my table, pay my rent. This is we're talking about a very small select few of people taking fish that is fully supported by the DLNR for years and years because they have the science, they have the data, they know. All these scientists would be so easy to stand against the aquarium trade, but yet they put themselves out there because they know the truth. There's a lot of passion that's being thrown around the room right now with little science to back it up. It's all passion. But what are they gonna do? Are they gonna tell you guys, well, I just don't like what they're doing? So we talk about destructive purposes. They talk about, how the impacts. And let me tell you something. I've been fishing the same areas for over 30 years. And the last thing an aquarium fisherman wants is to see damaged coral because broken house means no fish. That's the bottom line. And so it's in our best interest to make sure there's no damage to the corals whatsoever. It's in our best interest to ensure the future of the industry. Now, I'm urging the land board to please listen to the science. Passion is one thing. I will never deny that the opposition clearly is passionate in how they feel. But after conversations with them, in trying to come to a compromise, to try to come to a sustainable industry, it's always, even one fish, they're gonna tell you is too much. And that tells you all you need to know, that this is not about science. It's all about passion. Some people just don't believe that fish belong in aquariums, birds belong in cages, and dogs on leashes. That's the world we live in today. And that's fine. They can believe that. But we as local people, if anything that we've learned from COVID-19 is that the people in Hawaii cannot just rely on the tourism industry. I mean, where we're catching our fish, we don't even dive with a tourist go. So if there's an impact in that area that they're diving, I strongly suggest that they look at what they may be doing to that's having an impact that's maybe driving this decrease in fish population. I really, really believe that. I strongly recommend you support this EIS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sienna Shar.
Aloha Chair Case and BLNR board members. My name is Sienna Shar, and I hold a master's degree in environmental management. Earlier this year, I co-authored and published a peer-reviewed cost-benefit analysis, or CBA, that specifically analyzed the state's marine aquarium fishery to provide information to decision makers like you folks. You can find our 7-page CBA attached with my written testimony. Our CBA explored 4 scenarios for managing Hawaii's marine aquarium fishery, and we found that ending the trade was the only option that yielded net annual benefits and impacted the fewest stakeholder groups. And for context, our CBA and PJAC's EIS largely relied on the same secondary data sets to conduct our assessments. I am testifying today to strongly encourage the board to reject PJAC's revised EIS as it is not in compliance with HEPA requirements. Namely, PJAC's impact analysis is blatantly skewed to really only account for the market benefits of the fishery that are accruing to the 7 proposed but unnamed fishers. And in focusing primarily on these market benefits, the EIS failed to adequately describe and analyze how other potential costs or risks are borne by other larger relevant stakeholder groups, namely Hawaii residents, Native Hawaiians, and visitors to our state. Our CBA found that the continuance of the fishery presents major distributional issues among these key stakeholder groups that the EIS failed to address. And the bottom line is that this is not equitable. PJAC's 2 main repeated justifications for ignoring these potential socioeconomic impacts were insufficiency of data and the inability to quote unquote quantify certain impacts. And in contrast, our CBA focused on applying Hawaii Supreme Court's precautionary principle relating to public trust resources, which follows that where uncertainty exists, a trustee's duty to protect the resources mitigates in favor of choosing presumptions that also protect the resource. And in doing so, we factored risks and potential costs associated with the fishery to ensure that the analysis covered all the bases. Further, our report was not incorporated or addressed in the EIS, despite being mentioned by multiple commenters. Finally, accepting a resource management scheme that is grounded in misrepresentations and omissions of actual impacts is both dangerous and irresponsible. And I strongly urge the board to reject PJAC's EIS as it fails to comply with HEPA requirements on a number of fronts. And I would like to respect the board's time, and I'll be happy to answer questions related to my research if requested. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Again, just to clarify, did you submit your technical comments in the EIS review process?
Yes, I did. And my full 7-page CBA was also included. And also a number of commenters, I believe the Sierra Club, Earth Justice, and a few other independent commenters also mentioned our report. And the response was from PJAC was essentially a misrepresentation of the credibility of our report based off of one tourism number, which is pretty easy to clear up if you actually read the report. So I can address that further if requested.
Thank you.
I have a question. I hope it's short.
Go ahead.
Your report basically concludes that the economic benefits of having the fish on the reef are something like $450 million a year. Right? Am I getting that right?
That's for the entire state's fishery, including on-reef tourism numbers for Oahu. Yes.
Yes. If you did that same analysis for nearshore fishing in Hawaii, mightn't you also come out with the conclusion that we ought to ban all nearshore fishing?
I believe
on
that
an economic basis.
Sure. I believe that they're different in terms of economic value because our nearshore fisheries also have cultural subsistence values that my colleague can touch on later. But essentially, they're just very different fisheries. The costs and benefits that we analyze for this fishery are unique to this fishery, namely the market benefits of the fishery that PJAC puts forth are about, or at least in this new EIS, are about $1 million. So any way you cut it, the costs are going to outweigh the benefits for this fishery based on market benefits alone, or looking at the costs that we described related to this fishery.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Question, Ms. Shar, do you have any idea of the basic quantities that go to aquariums versus private collectors? Real basic.
I do not. I'm not knowledgeable on where they go because the export numbers that are collected don't specify, and that maybe also needs to be something that's addressed by the state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Bill Coney.
Good morning, Chair Case and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Bill Coney. I am the co-founder of Legacy Reef Foundation over in the Big Island. We're a coral restoration and preservation effort out there. What I have seen in the 50 years that I've lived here in the islands, I'm fifth generation Hawaiian, but as far as my experience in the water, I go back over 50 years, is a steady decline of reef fish out here to the point where our coral, which is what our foundation supports and works with, has suffered greatly. So in addition to the bleaching events, sewage outfalls, and all the other things that go on, coral is suffering, regardless of whether we say it's the aquarium fishermen's or the sewer outfalls or whatever. Coral is definitely hurting out there. Our concern right now is the one thing that we can make a difference on is stopping the aquarium fishermen from going out there and continuing to take fish to the point where we lose the coral. My own observations, and I've seen the videos and the charts here, they're wonderful, but I've lived on the Big Island for 20 years and I've seen a steady decline of not just the reef fish, but the coral health out there, to the point that we started this foundation 6 years ago because I was afraid that we'd lose the reefs and my kids and my grandkids wouldn't get to see what I grew up with. That's why I do what I do. The issue that I have today is the reef fish are certainly important to me, but they support the coral health and coral growth out here. And if we lose the coral, we'll lose the reef fish, we'll lose the beaches, and it certainly will impact the tourism. And I don't see a lot of energy and effort put into this study pointing out anything to the effect of coral and their efforts on it. But I personally have seen that where the coral has suffered. One of the biggest examples of this is when the reef aquarium fishermen were stopped a few years ago. Myself and our marine biologist out there immediately noticed within months of that, reef fish started coming back, which is what we expected, but coral health took a dramatic turn for the better. My concern is that although that has been steadily increasing over the last few years, if they go back to what they're doing, I think it's going to tip the scales to the point where we may lose coral reefs dramatically. And if that happens, then the industry is gone. And I feel that the one thing that the EAS has not taken into consideration, not addressed appropriately, is the health of the coral. In fact, I haven't heard much of that spoken today. And I think that's really the core point here, because if we lose the coral, we lose the fish, we lose everything else tied with it. So I strongly suggest that we do not approve this amendment or this EIS, and we allow the coral some time to heal and grow and maybe readdress it years down the road. But I do, and the people behind it, Legacy Reef, we support the fact that this EIS does not cover the coral health, and we ask you to reject this and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Renee Umberger.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Aloha, Chair Case and board members. Renee Umberger, the Executive Director for the Fishes. I too want to first thank you for rejecting the trade's first unacceptable EIS. And as you've heard today and read, despite the addition of harvest limits and other changes, this version is also unacceptable. Our hui of cultural conservation and animal welfare groups submitted extensive comments and testimony. And so what I just want to do now is just summarize the key failures that stand out to me. First is the failure to describe the cumulative impacts. And this fact is indisputable, given that PJAC tells us throughout the document that they did not describe them. Instead, they incorporated them into the current baseline. PJAC ignored peer-reviewed studies and decades of scientifically robust data gathered by DAR and UH through 2019 that documents the significant impacts of aquarium collection on targeted species. PJAC erased those well-documented impacts and then claimed there would be minimal present and future impacts. Part of that inaccurate assessment is PJAC's error in applying their harvest limits uniformly across the entire coastline. That's wrong because that's not how collection happens, according to the trip reports collectors submit to DAR. To gather data on collection patterns, DAR divided that coastline into 8 aquarium trip report zones and prohibits collectors from combining zones when reporting their take. The data show that collectors selectively target some locations much more heavily than others, which obviously means those places are impacted differently. And if collectors can't combine zones for reporting, PJAC's impact assessment shouldn't combine them either. This issue regarding selective targeting and increased impacts is nearly identical to your non-acceptance reasons, numbers 6 and 7, and for this reason alone, the EIS warrants rejection. Place-based constraints are essential because just as no two ridges, valleys, or beaches are the same, each reef and fish assemblage is unique. Combining them into one artificial whole for the purpose of an EIS hides the true impacts. These are just some of the serious flaws that we described in our testimony, in our comments, including that our substantive comments did not receive adequate responses. So because the EIS fails to accurately describe any of the environmental, cultural, and socioeconomic impacts from aquarium collection, we respectfully urge you to reject it. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Kathy Vogel.
I have a couple of questions.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. You signed on several letters, actually, opposing the EIS with a number of other people. The last sentence or two in the letter says something like, the aquarium fish industry needs a serious overhaul. And I was wondering what overhaul you would suggest. I noticed you didn't say it needs to be banned. I was wondering what regulations beyond what are being proposed in the FEIS, the revised FEIS, would you want to see?
Well, first I would say that while we would much prefer the trade to be banned, of course in EIS, that's not what that's about, right? So we're going to push for the impacts to be described adequately and accurately, and then hope that the board makes the right decision afterward if PJAC ever gets there and goes with the no action alternative. But we have provided so many different options for mitigation, different alternatives that the trade and PJAC have literally refused to acknowledge. One important point would be the need to literally put those quotas, assign them to specific places, because as I said in my testimony, there's going to be very different impacts based on what's happening on each different reef and what the populations of the fish are. So there needs to be meaningful limits. I would say that enforcement is absolutely key, no matter what is proposed. If there isn't enforcement that doesn't require funding from DLNR, because we know that DLNR lacks adequate resources for enforcement, that there's going to be no way to guarantee that the limits are maintained. And I think it's unfair to expect the community members and the organizations to put in the level of watching that we've had to do over the last few years to ensure that the poaching stops. I think that another issue would be some way to ensure that the collectors are abiding by the animal cruelty laws, because there are a number of practices that literally violate the misdemeanor animal cruelty laws. And so PJAC just said, yeah, all of our people abide by the law, but did not give any specifics as to how that would happen. So those are just some of our ideas. Thank you.
Would you still prefer a ban if it were really conclusively determined that this aquarium fish industry could continue at some level and be ecologically sustainable in the sense of not hurting the populations of the fish or the overall ecosystem?
I guess the main question is, what do you mean by not hurting and what do you mean by sustainable? And that's a question that's never been answered. What I can say is that if aquarium collecting only diminished abundance by 5%, let's say, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be fighting this fight, not to the extent that we have been, and the community wouldn't be up in arms. And so if I mean, me personally, yes, I'd like to see it banned. If there were a way for abundance to not be diminished, for the cost benefits to not, for the cost to not all accrue to the collectors, to the trade at the expense of everyone else, if fish welfare were ensured, if the mortality rates in shipping were down to 0, if the fish were surviving, maybe. But we also have to remember that the trade, the aquaculture trade, is very close to being able to supply 100% of the yellow tang demand worldwide. They are very close to that. And in fact, I'm certain they will get there if you folks decide that this EIS is inadequate and needs to go back. The aquaculture folks will have time to get that ramping up finished.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kathy Gogel.
Good morning, Chair Case and members of the board. Animal Rights Hawaii requests that you deny the RFEIS proposed by the pet trade for the following reasons. The health and well-being of Hawaii and her people depend upon that of our oceans. The reefs host a huge variety of sea life, including the herbivorous species that are vital to maintaining them. There is no way to police the permit holders all the time in all of West Hawaii. And we fear that continued degradation by aquarium collectors would cause more harm. The wastage of living beings by aquarium collectors is horrendous. So many fragile bodies crammed into plastic bags. We know that few actually survive the transport, and those that do, their entire world is then circumscribed by the glass walls of a tank, swimming in circles, ultimately to be flushed down a toilet when they die. The cruelty of the pet trade is documented and unacceptable in the 21st century. According to PJAC's own website, part of their stated mission is to promote animal well-being and foster environmental stewardship. I would give them a grade of F on both. The pet industry's cultural specialists have failed to address the concerns of the Hawaiian people who have a deep respect and love for the oceans. Ma'alama Honua, the title of the Voyages of Hokulea, expresses this beautifully. Living on an island chain teaches us that the natural world is a gift with limits. I hope that you, the board, will take this to heart and will deny the RFEIS. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my manau.
Thank you very much. Next up is Greg Asner.
Hello, Chair Case and board and community members. Can you hear me? I'm Greg Asner. I'm the director for the Center for Global Discovery and Conservation Science based in Hilo. We have about 71 staff. We have 9 faculty. We work with a lot of folks who are on this call, especially many of the science and management folks who are on this call. And our work has been mainly focused on creating over time new methods for monitoring the reef system, both the habitat and the fish populations that inhabit those ecosystems. Part of that includes Highmark. Our center runs the Hawaii Monitoring and Reporting Collaborative. It's an interagency collaborative program run by Mary Donovan, one of our faculty. My lab and my team, we focus on the spatial ecology of ecosystems, land and sea. And when you do the work we do, ecosystem level analysis, data science, and statistical work is uniformly applied, yet contextually based on the different systems that we're looking at. In this context, we've been trying to bring some scientific rigor to these EIS processes, whether they're land or sea. And this aquarium one is obviously a hot topic. We've seen some attacks on us. We've made some friends and enemies in this, and it's unintended that way. We're really focused on trying to make sure the EIS is scientifically sound. We have all of the state and federal data that have been collected in West Hawaii and across the state. And we do these analyses as needed based on the progress of the board, the progress of other programs. For this gathering today, we have exactly 3 highlights from our written testimony that we submitted. I will just read them so that it's on the record correctly. From a scientific perspective, the EIS, the RF EIS has not provided enough information scientifically to correctly assess the impacts of the aquarium collection. The main issues include the following. 1, the EIS does not present the available monitoring data fully and properly. The document itself does not do that. There exists at least 1 state and 1 federal data set for the same areas in West Hawaii, each indicating different trends based on fisher use and time. The EIS analysis uses just 2 points in time of just one of these data sets, which isn't sufficient to make a full assessment of the trends and to make plans. Point 2 in our analysis of the EIS, our technical analysis, is that the EIS provides proposed annual catch limits, which in some cases for specific species are higher than previous years. However, and that's just a fact, but the problem is that the catch limits for all of the proposed species have not been calculated using best available methods. For example, there's a very comprehensive 200+ page NOAA report from 2017 that provides detailed stock assessment information and methodologies for the Hawaiian Islands. This resource was not utilized in the EIS document. And the third is that the EIS document does not include a proper reporting of Hawaii-specific findings needed to assess the impacts of aquarium fishing in West Hawaii. We provide 4 points on that in our written testimony, and I won't go into those. Those are our 3 main points in a technical review. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And a similar question, you had pretty extensive technical written testimony. Did you provide those comments in the EIS review process?
Yes, Chair, we did. We provided what I said with full detail and data, graphs, analysis.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up is Jim Lovell.
Hey, Chair Case, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Aloha, Chair Case, board members. I want to thank you for your time listening to my testimony. My name is Jim Lovell, and I have been an aquarium fisherman here in Kona for over 42 years, and I'm in support of the acceptance of this EIS. I want to just real quickly mention a couple of things based on some stuff I've heard here before I get to my testimony. We've heard a lot of emotions, opinions, and interpretations of facts here today, and it makes it very hard for you folks to be able to make decisions trying to figure out who's right and who's wrong. Obviously, emotions, opinions are, different interpretation of fact. I want everyone to remember that's why in 1998, when Act 306 was passed, Dr. Walsh's whole department, his whole office was formed in order for the state to have actual facts, actual data from their own state scientists so that they could actually be able to determine what's actually going on, who's right, who's wrong and stuff. So I wanted to point that out. We've got an office that you guys have actually, the government established for you guys to use with Dr. Walsh. As far as the coral protection goes, great comments on that. But if we're raising concerns about 7 fishermen that, we can't have them out there because of coral concerns, shouldn't we also be looking at maybe the 1,000+ snorkelers that are in Kahaluu Beach Park It's just 500 feet of coastline, 1,000 people a day. What kind of impacts they're having? Well, are we going to say they need to be banned too? Or how about 50 to 100 scuba divers out at Pine Tree a day? These are huge, huge numbers. And if 7 is just too much for our coral, we should be looking at a lot more issues here than just the aquarium guys. So anyway, with that said, I would real quickly, 23 years ago, the legislation passed into law, Act 306, and its primary purpose was to address the community concerns regarding the aquarium industry in Kona. The cornerstone of this legislation was to set aside a large percentage of reef that would be off limits to aquarium fishermen. These areas could then be used by the tourism trade, dive charters, snorkeling industries, other user groups, and the general public, guaranteeing them untouched reef and unlimited fish forever in order to protect their interest and address their concerns. And I want to repeat that, guaranteeing them untouched reefs and unlimited fish forever in order to protect their interests and address their concerns. Currently, the amount of coastline that is off limits to aquarium fishermen here in West Hawaii for over the last 20 years now is over 37%. That's a huge amount of reef that's set aside for conservation to guarantee the survival of the fish. DLNR, who is charged with managing our nearshore resources, has added even more rules and regulations to this law over the years, including bag limits and slot size restrictions, in order to further strengthen our resources. What all this has done is create one of the most regulated and best managed fisheries, arguably in the world. People all over the world come to copy what we're doing here. It has worked so well that the yellow tang stocks, which account for over 96% of the total annual aquarium take, have increased by 3.4 million yellow tangs from the years 2000 to 19. That's what we've had in effect already up until this point, what the management policies at DLNR has accomplished. The current application for the 7 total permits that will only include 8 species of fish, all of which will have annual caps, would further enhance these management plans and assure sustainability well into the future with a substantial buffer for any unforeseen situations such as climate change. If it is determined here today that an average of 1 fisherman per 75 miles of coastline per day has too much impact on the resource, then what is going to happen when this HEPA law catches up to all the other industries that hit the trigger one of use of our oceans, when they have to complete their EISs? What are we then going to shut down all fishing? Are we going to shut down the dive charters industries? Are we going to shut down the snorkeling industries? These industries are vastly bigger and have a far more larger impact than the resources than 7 aquarium fishermen. There are literally thousands and thousands of people out there. During this last year of COVID, we have learned that we need to listen to the science. We have some of the leading experts in the entire world on this topic with decades of experience on the Kona aquarium industry who have submitted testimony. Dr. Richard Pyle is on your screens right now. You can ask questions of. Bruce Carlson is also in the queue. And of course, Dr. Bill Walsh is more than happy to share his 20 years of research that he has been charged with by the state to ensure this fishery is sustainable. So now I'm sure that if any of you guys out there, you've needed to have brain surgery, you would love to have one of the world's leading experts to perform that operation. You definitely would not go to your plumber and ask his recommendations on what you should be doing. When you make a decision on this matter, I hope it will be based on the science and not emotion. And please listen to the experts. Do not listen to the plumber. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a comment. Mr. Lovell, I take great umbrage with what you just said as far as brain surgeries and plumbers. Are you comparing the science to brain surgeons and everybody non-science as plumbers? Did I hear that correctly?
No, sir. I was just trying to make a point that we have people that are experts in this field with decades of experience, and that is really who we should be focusing on and listening to when we're trying to make decisions here. Trying to sort out emotions or opinions or interpretations of all these facts is extremely difficult to do, and you just need to have someone that is an expert in the field that we should be listening to.
So to be clear, the plumbers, your metaphor of the plumbers, you're saying that they do not have expertise. Is that your opinion?
Well, the brain plumbing, I think, would be the brain surgery would be better suited for that. I'm sorry, I just tried to make analogy, tried, it's.
I'm just
did
trying to
not mean
understand
take
you. I'm
offense
just trying to
anybody.
understand your words because, I'm, as a board member, you said we decide on right and wrong, and I don't think we're judge and jury of that. I'm trying to find, for me, like, what are the balance points and are we balanced? What you're just suggested is an imbalance, and that the science is the surgeon and that everybody else are plumbers. I'm still not clear as to what that means.
I'm sorry, short of trying to, retract the statement, obviously I can't. All I'm trying to say is we have a department that was set up by the state to be able to do the research, get the numbers for us so that you folks could make informed decisions. These are people hired by the state to provide you guys information. And I just hope that the science is what is the focus, and the fact that the fish numbers are significantly up and there's not a depletion of the fish. The management policies are working well, and we are actually talking about even reducing the impact, today, limiting the number to only 7 permits. Working, and we're trying to make it better here, and that's mainly what my intention is and the focus.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lovo. And just as a last note, this emotions not being factual kind of argument is concerning to me, because I have yet to have any scientist or brain surgeon explain to me all the nuances and beauty of the word aloha in itself. And aloha is the backbone of Hawaii. So
yes, I understand that, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Lovo.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm not asking for a response. I'm just wanting us to be cautious about that, because we lose our humanity. If we lose a part of our humanity and what makes us special in Hawaii, if we divorce ourselves from our emotions. And emotions are very scientific, in my opinion, and vice versa. Thank you, Mr. Lovo.
Yes, if I could just comment, I'm very emotional too. I'm not saying the emotions are only on one side. There's emotions on both sides of this issue. That's all I'm stating.
Thank you. Next up is Kyoko Nani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. My name is Kyoko Nani. I am from Holualoa, Kona, Hawaii. And I'm giving testimony here opposing the REFIS agenda item F.3. My main concern, I'm going to turn up the video now. Yeah. Will you hold on, please? My main concern here are several points. I will start up with saying that the negative impact to our reefs, the fish life on these reefs, and our own lives as a consequence of over-collecting fish for aquarium collection. I wonder, how can BLNR justify reopening West Hawaii to aquarium pet trade and not fathom serious environmental impact to our ocean reefs, our fish life, ocean life, all which are interdependent in maintaining a natural balance of all these components. I firmly believe that usurping the natural balance of nature by permitting aquarium collection fishing will not only have a long-term environmental impact to the ocean and to the local community, but it will also encourage, if this is passed, collectors to become overzealous and more careless in collection activity. Never mind that deceptive video that we saw earlier, causing, this shoreline conservation and preservation to fall into jeopardy. I say no on agenda F.3. And I want to further say I'm concerned about the harm done to the coral reefs while scuba diving there to harvest tropical fish, causing great harm to the coral while depleting our fish population along West Hawaii's beautiful coastline. I am 74 years old. I'm going to be 75. I was born and raised in Holualoa, West Hawaii. You know, I used to swim and surf and snorkel, and we had those old snorkel, not, you know, the fancy stuff they have here today. And we still could see the beautiful coral fishes just lacing the shoreline, right? Reefs. You don't see that today. You know, I'm 74 years old. I've seen a lot over these decades. So, and for what purpose, huh? To perpetuate a poaching industry just to make millions of dollars to sell our tropical fish to consumers in a global fish market aimed at keeping colorful, beautiful tropical fishes imprisoned in an aquarium. Basically, for the pet industry and ornamental purposes, and whose lifespan our beautiful island tropical fish is jeopardized the moment the fish is bagged in the ocean until it reaches its final destination, if it reaches its final destination. And for how long? How long will they survive in this aquarium? You know, I saw that very deceptive video, and I agree with some of the comments that were made thereafter. You know, please don't Photoshop your videos. You know, and I'm also very upset at what Jerry Isham and Jim Lovell said about passion. Criticizing passion, where is your malama pono for the ocean that provides for you? Of course, we have passion in expressing our genuine concern of this pet industry, which is a great threat to our tropical fish life, to our coral reefs. Of course, we have passion. You know, it's an industry by a few people. 7, 8 of them in a multi-million-dollar industry. It's amazing that this commercial aquarium harvesting, you know, will have a snowball effect, negatively affecting the tourism industry, many of whom will come here to snorkel and see all these beautiful fish. Do you want to destroy the tourism industry as well? What are they going to see? I humbly and forcibly actually ask BLNR to really listen to the testimonies given here today and to look for that pono inside you, please, that you save our coral reefs, our Hawaiiana, and don't allow this kind of poaching industry to revisit West Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Diane Ware, and I'm gonna just ask a reminder to everyone who's not testifying actively to please mute yourself and turn off your video other than the board members and our AG. And the person testifying. Okay, thank you very much. So Diane Ware.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me? I'm on a tablet and I'm gonna keep my video off. It's so small. I'm up here in Volcano. I thank you for this opportunity to comment. And I want to say that I am humbled to live here, but I feel a great obligation and honor to the host indigenous culture for which all of this is due. It's their lives over the centuries that preserved the resources here. And for that reason, I ask you to reject this EIS based on the diminishing and ignoring of the cultural intertwined with environmental, ecological effects. In chapter 343 and the public trust doctrine, this must be addressed, and I don't see it. I see a very good CIA, and the interviews are thorough, but some of them are not cultural practitioners or Kanaka Mole. And they finally have addressed impacts as being negative, that there will be impacts, but they aren't quantified or qualified. And once again, as I see so often in this state, that the Hawaiian voice is, oh yes, listened to, but then dismissed and ignored. And the governing Western government here, colonial, prevails at the expense. Where's the benefit to the native Hawaiians here? The benefit, the big benefit, is an off-island export industry and privileged, wealthy people that want to sit in their offices and homes and view the iconic fish as that. Whereas if you listen to, I heard recently Mr. Calpico Sr. speak about this relationship between the yellow tang and the opelo that they rely on for subsistence, feeding their families. I didn't know about this. I know there's interconnections, and it's very important to protect that integrity. But I didn't know that that is the connection where, by taking 200,000 yellow tang every year, this has been a great loss. Nowhere does this show in this impact statement. I would suggest going back with the Hawaiians and working out a management system with them, not disparaging their management systems that worked for generations, and maybe do what Ka'upulehu is doing. Just wait for maybe 5 years. Then everyone will be able to see more what natural abundance is and what that can do, what the benefits are of that beyond money profits. And also look at what that might do in relation to Palmyra and Nature Conservancy, what they've learned there, that reducing the stresses on the reefs become more resilient to climate disruption, to these bleaching incidents. You have no idea unless you try it. Doing something different to help the reefs recover. The benefits are not for the people here. It's a taking of the ecosystem that is, in my opinion, unnecessary and frivolous. So I respectfully ask you to reject this on basis of not completing the cultural, environmental connections and evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Aloha Nakachi.
Aloha kako.
Alohi, alohi.
Yeah, no worries, all good. But mahalo nui to the board for this opportunity to share. I also just want to thank board member Kaiwi Yoon for acknowledging the importance of all stakeholder input, and also that emotions are science, and I'll expand on that a little. But my name is Alohi Nakachi. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Hawaii at Manoa in the Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Management. I'm also a graduate researcher funded under JIMAR, and I work with NOAA, and also am aim to collaborate with DAR. And my research specifically is better acknowledging social cultural aspects in a way that is useful for researchers and managers, but also actually representative of community and stakeholders. So I am a social scientist, and what social science and my focal research field of cultural ecosystem services tell us is that there's a clear understanding that social and cultural information is crucial in holistic and informed decision-making. Without such information included, this can lead to continued conflict and mismanagement, mismanagement without understanding the true and full impacts that actions can have. Hawaii in general has many ongoing and lasting conflicts, largely because social and cultural information is not adequately acknowledged or included in decision-making. The aquarium trade itself has been wrought with contention since its onstart and continues, and conflict continues to this day, largely because social and cultural aspects are not included or addressed. I do acknowledge and understand that social cultural information is difficult to measure, as there is not necessarily a standard metric, and it's well understood that quantification and monetization methods are inappropriate or inadequate for these aspects. However, omitting it and misrepresenting it leads to continued conflicts and mismanagement, all the further issues it brings with it. The revised impact statement, however, itself states, and I quote, "It is acknowledged that cultural resources, including traditional practices specific to both species and places, have been impacted by past and current actions and will continue to be impacted by reasonably foreseeable actions." And that's found on page 108. However, they dismiss these impacts because they are not quantifiable. The cultural assessment itself clearly showed and seemingly understood throughout that there's an impact. However, the conclusion reached of there being negligible impacts is extremely misrepresentative of the content shown. The data shown in the cultural assessment and the conclusion reached clearly do not align. I also want to respect the board's time, and if you have further questions about any of this social cultural science research or anything like that, I'd be happy to address it. But my main point is, because the revised FEIS does not adequately include social and cultural impacts, it violates HEPA. And as such, I strongly recommend that the BLNR reject the revised FEIS. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Lisa Bishop.
Thank you, Chair Case. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you go ahead and start your video if you...
Yes, I'm trying to. It's been disabled by the host, so I'm happy to proceed just with voice.
Try this.
Oh, here we go. All right. Hopefully I'm on now. Yes, thank you. My name is Lisa Bishop. I'm a resident of Oahu and service president of Friends of Hanauma Bay. I wanted to thank you and the board for the opportunity to testify in strong opposition to the revised final EIS to reopen West Hawaii to the aquarium trade. Founded in 1990, Friends of Hanauma Bay is a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to promoting the best stewardship of the natural resources of Hanauma Bay. And we stand with thousands of other residents and visitors to Hawaii opposing this revised FEIS because it has so many flaws. We have heard significant testimony from so many other speakers this morning that I will keep my comments very brief. Our analysis indicates that this revised FEIS fails to address or mitigate 11 of the 14 reasons that the board gave for rejecting the original FEIS a year ago. It also fails to respond to most of the public comments and concerns provided in response to the original draft. It fails to comply with the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act, and it fails to provide a plan for enforcement and compliance measures, even though DLNR asked the applicant to provide them. We strongly urge the Board of Land and Natural Resources to unanimously reject this revised final FEIS. And thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Next up is Bruce Carlson.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Case and board members. My name is Bruce Carlson. I have a PhD in ichthyology from the University of Hawaii. I served as director of the Waikiki Aquarium for 17 years. I support the aquarium fishermen. I support the data collected by DAR biologists, and I support this EIS. Aquarium fishermen have spent tens of thousands of dollars to prepare this EIS in response to public concerns. In addition, biologists with the Division of Aquatic Resources have spent thousands of man-hours over the past 22 years collecting data on the West Hawaii aquarium fish populations. These data form the foundation of the EIS and the fishery. Scientists reviewing these data have hailed this fishery as one of the best monitored inshore fisheries, reef fisheries in the world. Sienna Shar's testimony notwithstanding, I have not come across any publications in peer-reviewed science journals from opponents to the Hawaii aquarium fishery regarding the sustainability of the fishery. They're really long on talk and short on hard data. I attended my first hearing on this issue over 40 years ago. It is time for the Board of Land and Natural Resources to put an end to this debate and to recognize the West Hawaii aquarium fishery as a model fishery, and to publicly applaud DAR biologists for their otherwise thankless and Herculean efforts to amass a huge data set on the West Hawaii aquarium fish populations. For species under consideration in this EIS, the 22-year trends are obvious. Advanced statistical analyses are not required to see that populations have trended upwards. In particular, collection of yellow tang and kole have been sustainable at the current level of fishing because of the relatively low catch rates compared to population sizes, coupled with the immense reproductive capacity of these fishes and the sustainability of the brood stock, and by the establishment of 35% of coastal reefs as MLCDs and FRAs. You have testimony before you from a long list of reef biologists, many in Hawaii, who recognize the value of the DAR data and support the West Hawaii aquarium fishery. This EIS should be approved. It is a sustainable fishery, it is regulated, and it supports the livelihoods of many Hawaii residents. In addition, DAR biologists deserve recognition for their years of hard work, and I encourage you to go even further and promote this fishery as a model to emulate here in Hawaii and around the world. And lastly, I want to make three quick additional points that came up during this regarding the video and public aquariums. First, I want to note that Act 306 established the foundation for the current fishery and was implemented after lengthy hearings. And at that time, Public participation in the hearings had the highest attendance of any DLNR hearing. And by a vote, the participants approved this new fishery. That was in 1998 or 99. This point was brought up earlier in testimony by Tina Owens. Secondly, I want to add that the video I put together along with my wife, Marge Awai, and Les Matsuura was accurate as of 2015, quoting Rich Pyle, Randall Kosaki, and Bill Walsh, and the data up to that date, as well as presenting factual underwater video from both protected areas and fished areas. Presenting facts is not deceptive. And lastly, I don't know the absolute number of fishes kept by public aquariums versus hobbyists. I do know that public aquariums depend a lot on local Hawaii fish collectors for their public exhibits. And I want to make another point on this. Almost everything we know about keeping living corals in closed systems aquariums was developed by hobbyists. The techniques hobbyists developed are among the techniques that we now use for reef restoration. These are very advanced technical systems, and they're not only exceptional systems for corals, fishes also fare much better in these aquarium systems. Don't sell hobbyists short. They're exceptionally committed and motivated to their aquariums and keeping their fishes in good health. They've made great contributions to our knowledge of corals and reef fish biology. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony.
Thank you. Next up is Mahesh Cleveland.
Hi, good morning, Chair Case and board members. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's afternoon.
Okay. Oh my gosh, it is. Thank you. So my name is Mahesh Cleveland. I'm with Earth Justice here in Honolulu. And I'm speaking today on behalf of our clients in the various agency and court proceedings surrounding the commercial aquarium pet trade, most of whom you have heard from or will hear from today. Specifically, I'm here speaking for them regarding the trade's continued failure to comply with Chapter 343 in seeking new permits for West Hawaii. Interestingly, DAR and the applicant began this morning by reminding the board that this is about the document itself, but everything we've heard in support of this EIS since then has tried to convince the board that impacts are minimal. So I'd like to bring it back to the document. To start, DAR's recommendation to accept this EIS, despite shortcomings that even DAR staff recognizes and without full disclosure of those impacts, is flat out legally wrong. The notion that the board can accept an EIS that falls short of Chapter 343's disclosure requirements and simply punt remaining disclosure issues to permitting is an egregious legal error. Acceptance of an EIS is a conditioned precedent to consideration of these permits, and an EIS that fails to fulfill its disclosure purposes cannot be accepted. Staff notes two specific deficiencies in the EIS, which are one, potential impacts to coral, which as we all know is directly relevant in the context of climate resiliency, and two, the actual increase in take of Potter's angelfish and Thompson's surgeonfish under the industry's proposed quota system. Accepting this EIS, despite containing these basic flaws that even staff recognize, would be both legally and procedurally wrong under Chapter 343. And moreover, if the board accepts this misinterpretation of the review process now, it is likely to become a blueprint for how the trade approaches its Oahu review process. This legal and procedural error must be nipped in the bud now. I'd also like to clear up one major error on which PJAC bases its entire new EIS. On page 9, the revised EIS notes this board's 11th reason for rejection last year, namely the failure to adequately discuss relevant negative findings. The EIS goes on to claim that the Environmental Council determined this to be arbitrary and capricious, and accordingly proceeds to admit addressing that reason for non-acceptance throughout the revised EIS. The problem is the State Circuit Court in March of this year vacated, essentially hit undo on the Environmental Council's determination on that point. And that appeal issue has not yet been resolved and will not be until after a hearing we have next Tuesday before an Environmental Council hearings officer. So your reason number 11 from last year's findings and reasons is essentially the last authority standing on that point. And therefore the new EIS's failure again to discuss such findings requires, again, rejection. That fundamental flaw, however, is just one of several others, many of which are direct repeats of last year. And I'm glad to know that the board has our testimony because the last time I checked, the public-facing website did not include public testimony for the public to review. So I'm glad you saw it. And I'm obviously not be able to get through all of the deficiencies in this EIS in under 3 minutes. The new EIS lacks any scientific basis for its claims of sustainability and continues to rely on a non-peer-reviewed field guide from the Philippines for its bald claims of fishery sustainability. This directly ignores your reason number 8 for non-acceptance last year. Furthermore, reason number 8 specifically instructed PJAC to analyze sustainability based on each fish species lifespan, population size, reproductivity rates, and age at first reproduction, which are pretty specific instructions. Instead, the applicant continues to lean on the Philippines field guide and ignored this board's express directives. Maximum sustainable yield for this fishery has never been based on science. The EIS bases it on the market and past market demands. Take levels of public trust resources cannot just be market-based, as the industry has done here. Second, the EIS again fails to assess cumulative impacts by comparing open and closed areas, despite the existence of ample data and good science on which to base such an analysis. This is one of the ways they thumb their noses at your reason number 11. The applicant again attempts to whitewash the trade's impacts by framing sustainability as a percentage of herd populations, which shrouds the true effects of collection. The trade has operated on Hawaii Island with any intensity for less than 50 years. It is not part of the baseline conditions of those reefs. Anyone who has been diving in West Hawaii in the 90s or earlier, and again more recently, can attest to the differences in observed populations all along that coast since the aquarium trade took hold with earnest there. The impacts of commercial collection must be measured against populations not affected by the trade. Otherwise, the cumulative impacts of extraction over time are not disclosed. And here again, they are not disclosed in violation of Chapter 343. Chair, please feel free to cut me off if I go over. If I keep going, it will go over 3. I want to make sure you guys know that I'm here to answer any questions you might have specifically. Fourth, the new EIS, like the last one, fails to propose any reliable estimates of future take, ignoring the board's reason number 1 from last year. As Renee mentioned earlier, any reasonable estimate of future take needs to be presented in a zone-specific manner rather than allowing these proposed quota to just hang over the entire coast. The problem with how it's framed is that on a given day, month, or year, the entire quota for each species could be taken out of only one open area. And I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if the trade says, oh, but we never do that. The law requires us to look at the outside limit of what a permit would allow. And under this EIS, the permits would allow the full quotas to be taken from one AQ zone at a time. This raises huge concerns, especially for the many place-based communities who rely on the reef for subsistence and other cultural resources, and whose ahupua'a abut open areas. And a perfect example of this is Miloli'i, but there are others. Finally, on this point, the department itself requires zone-based AQ reporting. So 1, the applicant had easy access to the specific historical data on which to base such an analysis, but chose not to disclose it. And 2, a zone-based impacts analysis of regional quotas is the only way this board can evaluate the full potential impacts of these permits as they're applied. I'll stop there since it's over 3 minutes, but please feel free to keep me around for follow-up questions if the board has any.
Thank you. And again, we're checking on the uploading of the testimony. We did get your testimony. It looks like about half of the testimony is uploaded. There are several hundred pages of testimony. Did you provide those comments in the EIS process?
We didn't put these points together under Earth Justice letterhead in the DEIS comment process, but our clients submitted extensive detailed comments. In fact, many of the same points I've made here. So those those points are preserved in the DEIS.
Okay, thanks. Any questions, board members? No. Okay, next up is Kealoha Pishota.
Aloha, Chair Suzanne Case and the board members. Mahalo for this opportunity to present testimony. I'm testifying on behalf of Mauna Kea, Nainaho, and Kaipalawa as well, on behalf of myself and the Aina. I was listening to all of this testimony and it's really powerful. But I think of Uncle Mac Poi Poi, who reminds us that, if we have to count fish, it's too late. And also, when we do extraction, we make a puka, and we cannot make a puka unless we know how to fill it. The aquarium trade is 100% extraction. This is not about our children wanting to make a little aquarium. It's not about, any of these things that were represented in the video. It's not about public aquariums, all of this stuff. This is about 100% taking our fish from Hawaii, from our reef, and sending them away to the continent and around the world with nothing to put back. And so, as Mike Nakachi mentioned, there are 3 principles to restoring abundance to Hawaii, and that's what we want to do, not just sustain it, right? We need to, or conserve it where it's at. It's already depleted. We want to restore it through aloha aina, which is the love of the land, because we protect that which we love. We want a malama aina, which is how to take care of it, but also the ho'o aina momona, the actions to bring restoration. And that's what I think Uncle Mac Poi Poi's mana'o is about, is how we restore this. Also, I think that this EIS is inadequate. It will not meet constitutional muster either for Native Hawaiian or environmental issues, hands down. And in the world we're living in today, I think we want to really look at how do we restore this. I mean, even looking at regenerative tourism, right? How would that work? We need to be really bringing all of these resources back and giving back, and I think the only way to do this is to not approve this EIS, or I guess we are calling it the revised EIS, is insufficient, inadequate, and doesn't address the real questions. And I think that's all I need to say. And mahalo for the opportunity, Ms. Chair.
Thank
Aloha.
Thank you very much. Aloha. Next up is Gail Grabowski.
Aloha, Chair Case and members of the board. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for hearing my testimony. My name is Dr. Gail Grabowski, and I've been directing the Environmental Science and Studies program at Chaminade University for 23 years. I'm also the interim dean of Natural Sciences and Mathematics. I also served two terms on the state's Environmental Council, the last 2 years as chair. I am not an attorney. I'm a scientist by training. These past decade, I've been more doing honest brokering, advocacy, and translating science to my students and teaching them how to do science. I speak today to testify to reject the revised final environmental impact statement. I have 5 quick reasons for why. The first one is that I will argue and believe that the EIS is still not in compliance with Hawaiian cultural practices that value the importance of ocean resources and fish for critical utilitarian value, for food, and maybe for materials that are customary use. In fact, the allowance of collection of herbivorous fish for pets and pleasure, it's a want. It is not a need. And with the pressure that reefs are facing now, we had better stick to managing the needs well and not allowing wants that very likely can damage the ecosystem. This practice has the potential to directly diminish the utilitarian value of the reef as a provider of food, as we learned today, myself included, about the relationship between the yellow tang and the opelu. The reef protects us from storms, as we just learned in a brand new paper valuing the economic value of the reef for that reason. And the tourists are not going to come to see reefs with no fish. It is just not Pono. Secondly, there's no conclusive evidence, as I read the EIS, that the continued capture of the species on the whitelist will not impact these populations and their ecosystem. Yes, there's good data from West Hawaii, but when we were looking at the graph, the thing that fascinates me all the time that Dr. Pyle was asked to show, you can see in every case that the area open to collection, even though the numbers may go up partially to spillover, they never reach the levels of the long protected areas and the protected areas. So what is sustainability? We're not talking about maximum sustainable yield here. How many fish can you take off the reef? Because that doesn't necessarily protect the ecosystem. And we can see that the numbers are depressed in the open areas, even though they did come up, and it's been explained to us, they came up in part because there wasn't collection due to the cases going through the courts at the time. So the data from West Hawaii demonstrate clearly that fish abundances in the open areas have never reached the abundances in the closed areas. And shouldn't we have the abundance that the reef can support its carrying capacity, which we know is higher from those reefs? In fact, the return, end that point. Sorry, guys. Next point, there's no demonstration that the revised preferred alternative will in fact be sustainable, however that's defined, or that return abundances to level scenes in the areas closed will reach. There's no evidence that if we allow collection under these rules with these 8 fish that will be intensely collected, that they will reach any kind of abundance that's equal to carrying capacity, and that is not sustainable for a reef ecosystem. Also, there's no clear plan to increase the enforcement, either in terms of the number of enforcers or their methods or tools. And I have long supported that DLNR to my students. I show the budget every year. DLNR needs more money. This is such an important agency. They need more money and they need enforcement. When the World Conservation Congress was going on, it was clear when you listen to talks from all over the world about MPAs that they need enforcement, and that is lacking in this EIS. Finally, as many people have said, and I'm a scientist who values both our value system and morality and science. This plan has been devised by businesses that are valuing economic gain. They do not have the health of the reef or the community in mind in this time of ever increasing threats to the reef due to climate change, runoff pollution, and everything else. So I recommend rejection of the revised EIS, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Ted Boland.
Thank you, Chair Case, and thank you, members of the board, for your service and the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ted Boland. I worked for 15 years as the Deputy Attorney General who represented the Environmental Council, where Gail was a client, and the Office of Environmental Quality Control. So I know a little bit about environmental impact statements. And it is my considered opinion that the revised final environmental impact statement for commercial aquarium fishing is inadequate and must be rejected by the board. It does not comply with HEPA. It fails to adequately disclose environmental impacts. It has not cured the numerous defects identified in the draft environmental impact statement. I did submit testimony on this matter in the procedure, and those comments were not addressed. The RFEIS is wholly deficient in its discussion of impacts of removing almost 250,000 fish each year, the benefits of alternatives, particularly the no action and no herbivores take alternatives, and mitigation as required under HAR 11200.1-24. I worked for many years on the rules that are now in place with Scott Glenn and Gail and others, and this EIS does not comply. I have the following specific concerns regarding the FEIS. First, it does not accurately describe how taking the fish reduces the beauty of coral reefs. It does not describe the increases in some or all of these species that have occurred since aquarium fishing was banned in 2018. The RFEIS does not describe how abundance is diminished by aquarium collecting. It does not describe how communities of reef species are disrupted by aquarium collecting. It minimizes the impacts of aquarium collecting on these species. It does not have a plan to restore depleted abundance and ensure future generations may encounter these species. The RFEIS downplays the importance of the herbivores taken by aquarium collectors. Hawaii reefs need more herbivores, and aquarium collectors should not be taking them. Hawaii needs these fish now more than ever before because its reefs are under stress from many causes. And taking fish off the reef is detrimental to the health of the corals. The RFEIS does not explain why people with personal aquariums outside the state deserve these fish more than Hawaii does. The RFEIS does not provide a cost-benefit analysis that showed an aquarium collecting benefit to Hawaii Island residents that outweighs the costs. It does not adequately address the fact that aquarium collecting is contrary to Native Hawaiian cultural practices and beliefs. The RFEIS does not adequately address the animal welfare issues and unacceptably high mortality rates linked to their practices. The RFEIS fails to accurately describe the undeniable and significant environmental, socioeconomic, and cultural aspects of what it proposes. As an additional comment, I am also the co-founder of the Hawaii Reef and Ocean Coalition, or HIROC, an organization that includes coral reef scientists and was formed in 2017 to address the crisis on our reefs. HIROC is deeply concerned about the impact of aquarium fishing on our coral reefs, especially from taking of herbivores that clean the reefs and improves the resiliency, the reef resiliency that is so needed given the stresses of climate change. Before she died, Dr. Roots Gates, leading world climate scientist, said to me that she thought it would be much wiser not to take anything off the reefs for the next 10 years. She was there at the founding of HIROC. We worked together, and that was her thought about the taking of fish off the reef. Also, a point about the only 7 permits. Once you have any permits, it raises enforcement issues because you have to decide who's got permits and who doesn't. So that's a problem in itself. So maintaining the current level of fish biomass is insufficiently sustainable when the reefs are in crisis. Dismissing the moratorium on herbivores alternatives alone renders the RFEIS inadequate, in my opinion. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. The board must reject this adequate RFEIS. I am available for questions. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Board members, that's all the public testimony that we have. I'd like to open it up for questions. I think we probably should offer the applicant an opportunity to respond briefly to the testimony. I don't know who wants to do that, if any. Otherwise, we'll just open it up to questions from the board members.
Case.
Yeah.
If I could just have a quick second. I want to remind everyone that this isn't necessarily a popularity contest, and it's finding a fine line between culture and commerce. We really did feel that we addressed all comments to the best of our ability. Some of them didn't necessarily pertain, and we did forward those off to, I think, the appropriate department. If they were resource related issues, they went to DoCare or DOCAR. But one thing that, has continued to be brought up is that there's this giant PJAC, this giant conglomerate supporting the fishery. And, as the Earth Justice lawyer mentioned, Mahesh, I believe his name was, all of his clients testified, and they are obviously backed by big NGO organizations. Us as fishermen, as full disclosure, PJAC initially helped us because they were an organization that was somewhat familiar with this process. But since the last denial, it's really fallen on the fishers, and the fishers have fully paid for this whole process. We do not have big mainland money behind us, and we're doing it because we do have passion. And as board member, it slipped my name, but as he brought up that, passion cannot be denied. And I appreciate the passion on both sides. So I don't really want to address a lot of the comments there because it is passion. You have passion when you love something and when you care about it and you believe in it. But the one topic that seems to be brought up is the enforcement issue. And the fishers did propose a pretty amazing enforcement issue, in my opinion, that would not cost really any additional funds and would eliminate any poaching. Unfortunately, there were comments submitted in this process that maybe thought that this wasn't the right venue to propose something like that. And the fishery still fully supports it. And maybe we pick it up in the legislature down the road should we get through this. But overall, we do feel that we did address it. We're here to answer any questions you may have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions, board members?
Chair, I have a question. I want to know, how are the 7 applicants chosen?
I can address that. The 7 applicants aren't necessarily chosen. They chose themselves.
Fuck.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I don't know what that was, but the 7 applicants aren't necessarily chosen. They chose to be a part of this process. So, it was a will of, 7 concerned people that wanted to get back fishing.
So another question to that is, why is it on DLNR, on the DAR, to choose those people to come into this fishery?
I don't think it's necessarily on DAR. It's that, obviously DAR and DLNR and the board is in charge of the process, but these are the people that have completed HEPA that wanted to move forward and comply with the court order. And, should more people want to try this process down the road, it's totally up to them. And that would be at y'all's discretion or DAR or DLNR to, also approve that process.
Okay, thanks.
Sure, if I can do a follow-up.
Yes.
You're on mute.
You muted.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped off of the issue of enforcement and the idea that permits would encourage increased poaching because of the need to distinguish who has permits and who does not. Did the FEIS address this potential impact in its consideration?
I think that obviously you all are well aware of the intense scrutiny this fishery is under. You know, there are rewards for illegal fishing out there, quite large sums, in fact. And, you know, the enforcement, we really wanted to address it. One, it was deemed arbitrary and capricious by the Environmental Council. So we did put something forward, but like I mentioned, it was brought up that maybe this isn't the right venue. Should it go as a permit condition down the road in future meetings? So we chose to remove that. We still fully support all enforcement actions, and you know, we're open to ideas on how to address that. It was disclosed that we still follow all rules. You know, poaching is illegal unless you're permitted. So.
Okay, thank you. Others have questions, I'm sure.
Mr. Ewan, I guess.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for staff. And one is a big picture question, and I'm just trying to see if I understand DAR's overall position on reef protection. And I think that DAR believes that we ought to expand protected areas, have more protected areas where take is banned completely, or maybe certain gear types are limited. But in the remaining areas, it supports allowing fisheries to continue, both food and for these aquarium fishes, if it can be done in a way that's sustainable of the populations and of the overall ecology and environment. And is that kind of a correct way of assessing DAR's like big picture view of what their job is?
Thank you, Member Ewan. Yes, I think that's a good assessment. We support science-based, sustainable harvest of fisheries. And so, you know, we look at the aquarium fishery like any other fishery in the state, in terms of, you know, allowing harvest as long as that's sustainable. But you know, hearing from the testimony today, this is a very unique fishery and has a lot of different issues associated with it that we don't see with the food fishery. So I understand why this is, you know, such a complicated, you know, fishery to manage and decision to make today. But that is our viewpoint and our management strategy.
Well, you know, after the testimony that you've heard, you know, DAR's assessment was that the DAR's assessment in the reports, I'm not going to say, because your recommendation today is to approve the EIS, but let's step back. I think just again, looking at the big picture, DAR assesses the aquarium, makes a report every year to the legislature on aquarium fish. And prior to the fishery stopping because of court orders, DAR's assessment was generally positive. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I believe the last report to the legislature was 2022, and it did show positive trends in most of the whitelist species, not all of them. And we are much more comfortable with a truncated whitelist, you know, as detailed in the preferred alternative. That's not to say that that's what we're going to recommend, you know, if it comes to issuing permits. But you know, we feel like there is some species that are showing, you know, sustainable population trends and could, you know, handle a commercial fishery.
There was testimony about the possibility that all the fish might be taken from one zone. Is that plausible?
I mean, I'm sure the collectors will tell you that it wouldn't be a good business practice for them to just deplete a single area. I also don't know how feasible that would be to consistently collect fish to make it worth their time out there by just focusing on certain areas. But that's also an issue that could be addressed through management in requiring catch limits per zone or some sort of other system in the terms and conditions to make sure that the catch is spread out throughout an area, and if there is one hot spot, that all the collection isn't disproportionately going in that area. So I think that that's a good question that was raised today, and I think would be something that we would have to address if we get to the permitting stage.
And my last question is, I just want to understand what having 7 licenses, aquarium licenses, would mean. Everybody on the boat has to have a license when there's aquarium fishing going on. Is that's how it works?
That's my understanding. Yeah. So unless somebody was aquarium fishing alone, which doesn't sound very safe to me, I would suspect that some of those 7 permits would be doubled up as collection teams.
People would likely work as teams, and so we're not talking about 7 boats necessarily. I mean, that would be if they all went out by themselves, which like you, I think doesn't sound like a very safe way to operate, maybe not even a feasible way to operate.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we also have a possibility of doing commercial marine licenses by boat because of legislation that was just passed. But that wouldn't change the fact that you need a commercial marine license, and you also need an aquarium license, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Since this is a special management area, the vessel license wouldn't apply to this fishery. Everyone on the aquarium collection boat would need, one of those 7 permits. That's DAR's view.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Brian, are you saying that as of today, the testimony is somewhat new information for you and staff?
No, I wouldn't say that. I've reviewed the testimony thoroughly. Hearing it in person definitely is a little different than reading it. But yeah, I've reviewed all the testimony thoroughly.
So when you have testimony like, I forgot his name. Hold on, I'll try to find him. Anyway, there was a testimony by a gentleman saying that he does not feel that it is in compliance. So when you, and I think he was an authority in this matter. So when you receive testimony, like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's tricky. Again, DAR is set up to manage fisheries like every other fishery, and if other fisheries in the state receive this level of scrutiny, they would probably all be shut down. But this is obviously a unique fishery, and that type of testimony, and in terms of the cultural value, the animal welfare and treatment, that's kind of a different realm than what DAR is traditionally used to manage. So it's definitely challenging. I'm glad that these decisions go to the board, but from a fisheries management perspective, we can't rule this out as not being a sustainable fishery to allow 7 permit holders in a very limited species list with catch limits. It would be difficult for us to say that couldn't be managed as a sustainable fishery. But I do understand the challenges.
Thanks, Brian.
Chair
Case, there are other.
Yeah, I know. Just a minute. Thank you. Are there other questions on the board members? We have about 3 other people who are in the room who want to testify, and I will go ahead and hear from them if the board members are okay on hold.
That's fine, Chair. We should hear them.
Right. All right. First, Kaikea Nakachi.
Aloha, I'm for some reason not able to share video, and
Let me
only
try.
just now after trying quite a few dozen times.
Try that. Try it again.
Been able to start my audio. Thank you. My name is Kaikea Nakachi. Mahalo board members, Suzanne, for just listening for all these many testimonies. Thank you for rightfully rejecting the previous FEIS. Thank you for voting to penalize the poachers of this industry this past year. My name is Kaikea Nakachi. I'm a graduate student. I'm a Kanaka Maoli, and I'm here to provide my testimony to reject this RFEIS. I'd like to remind everyone here that we are in Hawaii, at least the people are. Maybe some of these pet industry folks aren't, but we are all here in Hawaii, and this is an issue about Hawaii. Hawaiian fish are children of the land, just like me, just like my fellow Kanaka. We depend on them to remain here in the kai, to provide us with food, joy, the many cultural services they provide, the many ecosystem services they provide that many others have touched on today. These i'a behind me that you see, they're needed here. I would say the price of a single fish alive on a reef in Hawaii could never amount to any number of pictures that is truly priceless. Their spawn needs to be here to feed planktivores and to usher in the next generation. They need to feed on the limu to give our stressed corals the best chance to recover. They themselves need to feed our puhi, our mano, our omilu, our people. Already this year on Hawaii Island, the heavy rains in Kona, the light winds are all reminiscent to me of 2015's bleaching year. Our efforts need to be focused on protecting and nurturing our resources for Hawaii's benefit, not for killing and allowing fish to be shipped off to Malahini for their benefit at our expense. Deflecting the blame to other fishermen does not by any means negate the fact that this industry is wrong. We have every right to be emotional when our own home, our own culture, our identity, and our well-being is at stake. The aquarium industry in any capacity is one that has no place here in Hawaii. They've been given multiple chances to change and make themselves right, but greed continues to win out. You, the board, have given them chances to make changes, and they continue to fail to address these many issues. They continue to ignore our culture and our voices. Please again listen to what my twin sister said. One of the options that is mentioned is no action. The current rules, we've already seen illegal and destructive aquarium fishing happening. You guys have voted to penalize that. As long as there's any legal route for the aquarium trade to continue, it will do so on a greater scale due to illegal fishing. Again, look at the many cases of this past year. They keep talking about the best science in the world, and that best science continues to leave out Hawaiian values and voices. We are in Hawaii after all, are we not? So please use our voices, our suggestions of Kanaka, of scientists, to do the right thing for Hawaii. Do not allow a select few to benefit at our expense. Please support community efforts to Malama Aina and to restore Aina Momona, and please reject this RFEIS. Thank you for your time. Malama Pono.
Thank you. Next up is Ron Tubbs.
Aloha, thanks for the opportunity to testify. I sent in testimony on time, but I'm sure there was a lot and it got overlooked. As an aquarium fisherman for 45 years, I participated in a lot of beneficial things for the ocean and received A's in ecology at the University of Hawaii. For 8 years, I studied at the University of Hawaii. I love the ocean, as does everybody else here, fishermen. We all need to come together. We need to address the real issues: runoff, overpopulation, demographics, global warming, carbon dioxide. It's important that we not, realize the importance of this fishery. A lot of the data that was given by our opposition is not correct. For instance, Dan Bohemus responded to Rain Umberger and many other people in the opposition about the health of fish, and the percentage of fish that die in transport from captivity, from capture to delivery, is less than 1%. This has been studied. This is fact. This is not something that somebody made up. They knew that. So how could they continue to quote something that's not true? So if that's said, what else are they saying that's not true? So we need to look at the facts. Yes, we all need to make sure that the ocean is pristine for all. No one user group should be targeted for exemption. That's unconstitutional. That's unconstitutional in United Nations and Hawaii state law. We need to make sure that every user group has access to the ocean. It's the state's job to manage that, not to restrict usage of the ocean to any user group. That is bias. That is prejudicial. It's prejudice, and it's very frustrating to me. I'm going out there in the ocean all the time. I'm seeing fish everywhere and everybody's saying there's no fish. And I mean, I've got video. I can prove what I see too, but I don't need to prove that. You've got 21 researchers that say this is a sustainable fishery. You need to listen to these people that are out there in the ocean every day, counting fish for the state over 20 years, giving 4 reports to the legislature every 5 years. You need to look into that information. CRAMP did an amazing study on coral impacts from the aquarium fishery. There was very low. There's hardly any coral impacts from the aquarium fishery. Yet here again, we see that brought up. So please, I implore you to look at the facts. Don't rule on bias or injustice. Rule on the facts and what's right. Do what's right, because prejudicial picking on any one group, that is not right. Thank you very much for your time. And I really do appreciate all of you, including the opposition, which we've tried to work with from the very beginning. We're like, man, look, there's runoff issues. There's overpopulation issues. It's affecting the ocean. We see it. And, we're all not perfect. We need to look in our own house and see what's wrong and deal with it. Thank you.
Mr. Tubbs, as far as biased and prejudiced, that's what you said. In any way, did you, in any of this, did you think that the board's job was perhaps to try and preserve and protect natural resources?
Of course, that's everybody's job. As a fisherman, that's my job.
Yeah, but I'm questioning when you say, our decision to deny.
I'm not saying your decision will be prejudicial. I'm saying that in the past, there's been many decisions that have been made in prejudice against the fisher, because we want a very important tourist industry, which we need desperately to employ us, has taken over the oceans. They took 35% of Kona. That's not enough. They wanted another location because they were going there. We gave it to them. They said, well, you can have another open area. We said no in Kona. We worked with West Hawaii Fisheries Council. We worked with DAR. I've given information to researchers throughout 20 years. I mean, I've got a long list of things that I've done to give back to the ocean, and giving back, that's what it's all about. And I mean, I've helped researchers for 40 years.
Mr. Tubbs, thanks. I'm just perplexed as to why those 2 words came up in than what we're dealing with today.
If you're going to ban any one group, and it's not based in science, I believe that's prejudicial.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tubbs.
Thank you. Next up is Deborah Ward.
Good afternoon, Chair Case. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I did submit this testimony on Tuesday, the 22nd, and requested to give oral testimony at that time. My name is Deborah Ward, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Conservation Committee of Sierra Club. I'm chair of the Hawaii Island Group, and today I speak for the 27,000 members and supporters of Sierra Club that reside in the Hawaiian Islands. Our members include scientists, Native Hawaiian practitioners, snorkelers, divers, ocean resource caregivers, and we have advocated to end collecting of aquarium fish to address the health of our reef for over 15 years. We care about the cultural, recreational, and environmental elements of our islands as you do. And we share our appreciation for the contributions of Sam Gahn and Jimmy Gomes. Mahalo nui to both of you. We did provide extensive testimony and comments on the first DEIS and the first FEIS, and to the revised DEIS that was prepared in 2021. And we find that this RFEIS still fails to address the questions and the comments that we provided. We strongly urge the board to reject this document based on the failure to comply with HEPA. I won't go into what was spoken about by Mahesh Cleveland and Dr. Grabowski. We also find that it fails to address constitutionality and constitutionally protected rights of our residents. It fails to identify affected parties when this information was promised in the first document. It fails to address multiple and deliberate omissions of data that we noted, particularly the zones DLNR requires collectors to record. It fails to address mitigation for proposed detrimental effects to the natural and cultural environment. It fails to address enforcement provisions that were included in the DEIS and removed from the final revised version. It fails to conduct a cost-benefit analysis that addresses the significant cost to the taxpayer that the taxpayer would have to bear in order to give 7 individuals the right to mine public domain for private benefit. In fact, most of the economic benefits accrue to the mainland and international interests that in no way benefit our state. The document admits, and I quote, "No matter how or why these fish are extracted, their removal constitutes an irrevocable loss of biocultural resources that could have an adverse effect on the overall health and sustainability of the fishery," unquote. This document fails to provide adequate baseline data from which to analyze the risks posed by cumulative factors, such as unregulated collecting, underreporting of catch, non-reporting of dead and disposed fish, and we have records of all of that. The RFEIS still admits regulation and reporting of all collection, sales records, and export data. It fails to address the impact on corals when hundreds of thousands of essential herbivores are removed from the system. And it fails to address the cruelty to which collected animals are exposed, practices that are in violation of HRS 711-1109. We asked that they be addressed, and there was no response. It fails to address the costs associated with enforcement and oversight that must be borne by us, the taxpayer. And I'll quickly address the deceptive presentation you observed by the applicant. The public aquaria and the recreational collectors are not addressed by this document, nor are they restricted by the lack of permits addressed in this EIS. There are special permit requirements for public aquaria collecting. The Hawaii Supreme Court ruled that a traditional and customary Hawaiian right is part of the public trust. And the state has a duty to perform as a public trustee to apply the precautionary principle when there are present and potential threats of serious damage to cultural resources. The state Supreme Court also ruled that the applicant bears the burden of proof and that their proposed activity does not result in harm or loss to the public trust. By rejecting this applicant's final revised environmental impact statement, BLNR would be exercising its affirmative duty in acting as a trustee of the public trust and applying the precautionary principle. So in closing, in order to protect and ensure the sustained health of our reef, traditional and cultural practices, and subsistence fishing practices, Sierra Club members ask that the board reject the document outright or support the no action alternative. We assert that the no action alternative has intrinsic positive cultural and environmental impact, and all other alternatives have inherently negative cultural environmental impacts. Thank you, and mahalo nui for your attention.
Thank you, Chuck Flaherty.
Aloha, Madam Chair and members of the board. I apologize for the confusion and the later testimony. I'm testifying on behalf of the Kona Hawaiian Civic Club. Our written testimony was submitted. Kona Hawaiian Civic Club is a federally recognized Native Hawaiian organization. We would like to acknowledge the BLNR for exercising its affirmative duty to act as a trustee of the public trust in this matter. And we urge the BLNR to continue applying the precautionary principle in this matter by rejecting this RFEIS for the following reasons. The Kona Hawaiian Civic Club finds that the RFEIS does not propose or discuss mitigation measures specific to reducing the cultural impacts that are not ecological in nature. The RFEIS does not adequately disclose the negative impacts on constitutional rights in state Supreme Court rulings related to traditional and customary practices. It does not discuss mitigation measures to eliminate these negative impacts. The RFEIS statement that the extent of the impact is unknown is incorrect. That statement was in the executive summary. Numerous cultural practitioners who are persons identified in Article 12, Section 7 of the state constitution stated in the cultural impact assessment that any alternative that enabled the collection for aquarium purposes is a violation of traditional and customary practices. This violation is a significant negative impact that causes irreparable harm because the impact, one, cannot be adequately compensated by monetary damages, and two, constitutes the deprivation of constitutional rights. Further, the RFEIS does not acknowledge that traditional and customary practices are based upon ohana and ahupua'a, and that any action other than no action will result in negative cultural impacts discriminatory against some traditional and customary practices and practitioners while favoring others. The Hawaii Supreme Court has ruled that traditional and customary Hawaiian rights are part of the public trust, and traditional and customary Hawaiian rights and practices should have the precautionary principle applied to them when there are present or potential threats of serious damage to the public trust and its resources. It's also ruled that the applicant bears the burden of proof that their proposed activity does not result in harm or loss to the public trust. And we would like to point out that coral reefs are increasingly damaged by ocean warming, acidification, and non-point source pollution. The REFIS does not adequately disclose and discuss the degradation of the overall environment from these causes. If a patient is sick, you do not harvest and remove immune cells from the body since they are protecting the patient. Reef fish are part of the coral reef's immune system. Harvesting large numbers of reef fish for recreational purposes is just plain wrong, especially in an age in which damage to coral reefs will certainly increase due to the ocean temperatures increasing and acidification. The coral reef and the deep sea fish and other aspects of the ocean and life in the ocean, the reef serves as like a cleaning station for other life in the ocean. This is not addressed in the RFEIS, and we urge you to reject this RFEIS. And I very much appreciate your patience and consideration. Take care.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's the end of public testimony. Board members, I am going to make a motion to go into executive session and preceded by a short break and then including lunch. But before I do that, I want to know if anybody has any further questions. All right, then I will make a motion to go into executive session to consult with our attorneys regarding the rights and privileges and responsibilities of the board.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. All right, so it is 1:10. I'm going to say we're not likely to be back before 1:45, but we'll aim for around then. Or whenever we complete our work. So board members, a short break and then for a break and to get lunch, and then we'll be in the executive session. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna come back in session here. Just need to confirm we have 6 board members.
Present.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think, where did Kaivi Yoon go?
He's on the screen, but he's not visible yet.
There you go. Okay. That was a long executive session. And so we are back. It's 2:55. We are continuing this discussion on F3. And I guess I would like to just ask staff some questions here. Thank you. Okay. So, I mean, going back to your submittal, it's clear that we would not be deciding today about permits. This is only about the adequacy of the EIS. And so in the testimony today, there was testimony from people who did not feel the EIS was adequate. That said that they had submitted comments that they did not feel were addressed. And I know, or addressed adequately. And I know that's a judgment call about what's adequate. But you guys have spent a lot of time with the EIS. And so the standard is whether the comments have been addressed sufficiently in the EIS. And I guess I wanted to get your read on it based on what you heard in the testimony today.
Yeah, I reviewed the comments in the EIS and the testimony, and of course, listened to the testimony today. Yeah, it is a gray area in defining what gets to the point of exhaustive level of detail. Would the applicant just have to keep bringing back the FEIS again and again and continually be asked for more information, or has the information that's been presented in the RFEIS given enough information for the board to make a decision as to whether the impacts have been disclosed or not? And my feeling is there is an adequate amount of information to make that call, but I'd like to hear from our other DAR staff as well, Chris Teague, who's also reviewed the document thoroughly and the testimony, if you'd allow that, Chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I'd agree with that, that the RFEIS meets that standard of review of providing enough information for the board to make a reasoned decision. I think that's generally the yardstick that we've been using the whole time for our review. That's what we used in 2020 during the last FEIS, and that's the same yardstick that we've used this time around. I think it does meet that level, particularly with the changes that they've made in this new version. David, anything else to add?
Just regarding the comments, I don't have anything specifically in mind, but I think there were a lot of comments that didn't really address the EIS as a disclosure document. It was more an argument against or for the aquarium fishery. And so, I don't think the applicants necessarily had to respond to those types of comments. And so those were the ones that they indicated the comment was forwarded to the agency. But the substantive comments, we felt that those were adequately addressed.
Chair, if I could just also add that, I think some really legitimate comments, were provided in the testimony and the FEIS, and I guess I look at those comments as more appropriate when, if, this FEIS was accepted today and we get to the permitting stage in terms of a management plan for this fishery. And I think that's where some of these more in-depth questions of, why wasn't a stock assessment, or, what are the catch quotas, what science are those based on? I think that's where those come into a little bit more play. But for the purpose of this, our FEIS, I think it was adequate.
Thanks for those.
Go ahead.
Thanks for those replies. One issue that I think the applicant may be bypassed because of OEQC's findings of arbitrary and capricious for some of our previous items when we refused the EIS at the first go round, dealt with the need to address management of poaching, because when there is a legal way to do something, then that immediately encourages illegal ways to get around the fact that someone is doing it legally, and you can get away with doing it illegally because there is a way to do it legally. So that is a really important issue in my mind, which is why we raised it as one of our items of contention the first time. Do you recall, or can you help me recall, whether or not they address that particular social issue? I realize social issues are much more difficult to assess in an environmental impact statement, and yet it's necessary to do so.
Yeah, I don't recall reading anything about the enforcement aspects and the illegal activity. I understand it's challenging for the applicant because they can't control illegal activity themselves. But as the board knows, we've taken a few of these poaching cases to the land board. These are not just one-off, somebody whoops caught a fish. These are coordinated, poaching activities that are a real concern, and the enforcement's a real concern. So I understand why that was a concern in the FEIS, but I can't answer your question in terms of recalling the applicant addressing that. Maybe another staff member could address that question, and I also see that Kim is on as well.
I would just refer to the Environmental Council's finding of fact, conclusion of law, and decision and order on page 28 of the document number 144. They say that the applicant cannot be at fault for not being able to provide information on illegal catch when that data is not known and no such mechanism is in place for measuring it. Further, in this draft EIS, they did propose a way to track catches through like a catch log. We advise that it would be more appropriate at the permitting stage to include that as like a term or condition. Just because, the Environmental Council had said that that wasn't a valid reason for denying the FEIS.
Thanks for that reply. I mean, it indicates to me that both DAR and the applicant were aware of that problem and were trying to look into ways to deal with that issue. So that's what I was getting at.
Mr. Yoon, we can't hear you, even though you're not on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So Brian, I get the point about receiving comments for or against ORFMA. I get that, and that people may not like the responses that they get. When you have a comment question by, say, someone like Dr. Grabowski, do you or staff recall kind of what the response might have been when someone like Dr. Grabowski challenges right, the adequacy of the information?
Are you referring to how those comments were addressed in the RFEIS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't specifically recall Dr. Grabowski's comments. I did see in some cases where they referenced how the RFEIS was revised and provided, a quote in some cases of how it was addressed, but each comment also, mentioned that it was forwarded to the agency. So yeah, I think some of the comments probably could have been addressed a little more thoroughly, but the ones that I saw, I did see that they did try to address, some of the more substantive comments. I don't know if staff has a better recollection of that from your review.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. I'm just trying to look to see if there's specific comments that I can find, but I don't want to hold everyone up.
So one of her comments was about the fact that and I don't know if this is a general comment or something that she wanted to adjust in the EIS, but her comment was that the open areas never quite catch up to the closed areas. And so what is sustainable yield? Is that the kind of comment that would be addressed in the EIS, or is that just testimony?
Yeah, I don't recall if on that particular comment, if they tried to address it, but it seems like the applicant should try to define sustainable yield or should try to address the comment in some way. That would be ideal. But I can't recall how that was addressed in the FEIS.
If I could chime in, we do have Terry Vanderwall from Stantec that was a major player in addressing all of these comments. Maybe he could bring some light to the situation if possible, Chair.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Regarding that specific comment, I don't believe that comment was submitted as part of the public comment period. So if the question is, was that specific comment addressed in the EIS? No, I don't think so, because I don't think we got that specific comment. Now, I did hear it as part of her testimony today, but I don't recall that specific comment being in the document.
Thank you. I have another question. Go ahead, David.
I'll just add, I'm quoting from our submittal, that an environmental impact statement is not intended to resolve conflicts of opinions on the impacts of a proposed action. So, whether a level of take or whether sustainability refers to like levels out in the open areas that are same as that in the closed areas, or whether it's something less, the board needs to decide at a later time what's acceptable to allow, but that's not the point of the decision to accept the EIS as a document that's adequate according to HRS 343.
Yeah, David, I was just trying to ascertain whether adequate response was given to comments during the process. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions, board members? All right. Hearing none. Somebody want to make a motion on this item?
Chair Case, I'm sorry. Would it be possible for me to offer 2 corrections before you do that? No? Okay.
Oh, we have closed testimony. So, I mean, we're talking right now.
Guys, they're not going to let me talk.
An example. We're talking about an example. We're not trying to get back into the testimony itself. So. Board members.
Well, if I'll make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second the motion for the purpose of discussion.
All right.
Well, just to explain a little bit, this is a very difficult issue because of the depth of passion and interest over the whole aquarium fishing issue. I respect everything that's been said. I think we've had a lot of a good testimony. There are some of the testimony is related to issues that are different than the paradigm of resource management under which Division of Aquatic Resources, and I believe the DLNR operates. But looking at the EIS, we're voting on the adequacy of the EIS, and I think we have to, we rejected it a year ago. I was with a unanimous vote and I made the motion to reject it. We gave them 14 reasons for it, and I'm not going to go through them one by one, but the biggest set of reasons, which really came out to 3 or 4 reasons when we wrote it all down, but were all related to the lack of a meaningful take limits, either for the individual species or the fishery as a whole. And they came back, and just to look at this issue of the take limits, they reduced the number of species that could be taken from 40 to 8. They proposed set bag limits. They're now proposed 10 fishers, 7 fishers instead of 10. The 8 species are all species that appear to have, from the sampling and the studies that have been done by Aquatic Resources, appear to have healthy populations. Theoretically, if every fisher took their maximum quota, they could take 200,000 yellow tang, which is by far the largest number of fish that is taken in the of any species that's taken out of what is estimated at 6 million, a population of 6 million. So I think that they have dealt with, and I understand the reasons that people don't like the aquarium fishery. We're not judging that here. I'm going to play it straight on the whether they dealt with the reasons for our objections to their previous EIS, and I think that they did.
Other comments?
Well, I'm voting no on this issue because of the fact that the applicant did not address anything that would benefit the state of Hawaii. The state of Hawaii is not benefiting from this EIS or this fish aquarium fishery. But that's what I look at. And a lot of the issues that public or the people that provided testimony was relating to what Hawaii, the benefit of the state of Hawaii is getting.
I have a question. I have something, Chair.
Yeah.
I also on a boat with member Oye, and I've listened to testimony from Earth Justice, Dr. Gail Grabowski, Kapiko Ohana, and Miss Gibson from Pono. I too feel that I reiterate what Tommy has said. And also I think we don't have enough enforcement, our DoCare, and we've had these issues before of aquarium fishing. So I'm voting against this.
Chair, I also am voting no on this. And speaking to the science, 1950 science once said that we should have brought in giant African snails, and that was a huge mistake. And it's okay. It's a mistake because science is human, and humans make mistakes. And I just, I'm not qualified to talk about the data, if it's right or wrong, or if the video is old. But it just seems that during this process, there seemed to be a slight lack of transparency, and that was hidden behind how strong the science is. Right? Science is true. The science is accurate. We have to trust the science, and I believe that. I support that. But I wish it could have been more balanced. I think one of the primary intents of any EIS is to trying to find the balance between economics and environment. And the discussions that I heard today, it's almost as if science and culture were at opposite ends, and there's an imbalance to that. And by very nature, that goes against the very definition of pono. So, if the process, and the process should be followed, but if the process was done with pono intentions and good actions, I don't think that we would have been at this significant rift here today. So for those reasons, I'm gonna vote no.
Sam, do you want to say anything, or do you want me to talk?
You can say something, Chair.
Well, I guess what I have to say is I really obviously don't like this vote. Because I think there's a narrow legal issue that is up today, which is the adequacy of the EIS. It's not a vote about how we feel about aquarium fishing, or about, whether all the testimony that came in from the mainland should count because they get all the benefit and not any of the cost of aquarium fishing. Or, whether there really is a benefit, or, how do people feel about the cultural things. And I have a lot of misgivings myself about aquarium fishing. About what it adds. I don't think it's the only problem with our reef fish. It's we have overfishing problems in all categories. But there's a lot of testimony that not everybody feels like their points were adequately considered in the EIS. But I do think on balance, there was a good faith attempt to address the comments that we raised a year ago. And the staff feels like this is a adequate disclosure document It does not decide the issue. But it discloses the impacts, and in particular, it does set a very strong limit compared to where we were a couple of years ago on what the proposed action is. The proposed action is much more limited than where we were a couple of years ago. And so you might still not like aquarium fishing. We might not, but the proposed action is much more limited, and the environmental impact statement, I think, does an adequate job of analyzing impacts. Not a perfect job, because there's always questions that people will have, but on balance, and I do not like to make this vote, but I think on balance, in fairness, with integrity, I will have to say, I think it's an adequate disclosure document.
Thank you, Chair. Over the years that I've served on the land board, my first position is to support staff recommendation unless there is strong evidence to the contrary, and which is why we called the DAR staff to answer questions after our discussions with the Attorney General. And this lesson, long as it was, I served a very important purpose of allowing the public to voice their concerns over this particular issue. And I agree with you that it's not a matter of that this EIS is not the same as the issue of aquarium fishing. And I agree with you that between the revisions made and the record of testimony that was given here, there is adequate information to consider this EIS adequate for passage. That being said, I do know that many of these issues are going to be long-standing ones, and if the EIS ultimately passes, it still would mean that on the permitting side of things or on the management plans for this particular fishery, should it emerge, all of those issues will have to be addressed.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and take our vote. So all of those in favor of the motion to approve the staff submittal, say aye.
Aye.
So that is Case, UN, and Gone. All opposed, say nay. Raise your hand.
Nay.
Okay, that's Gomes, Oy, and Yoon. With member Char absent. I believe under the rules for approvals of environmental impact statements, that means it is approved. Accepted, I should say.
Chair, maybe with a little bit more explanation for the benefit of the public. Because this is something we talked about in executive session, what would happen, not knowing what the outcome would be, but important to know what would happen. The law that, and there are a number of lawyers, I think, watching this, the law that covers the land board says that, and this is in chapter 171, it takes an affirmative vote of a majority of the members of the board to make a decision. That's 4 out of the 7. The chapter 343, the environmental impact statement law, says that the agency has to make a decision to accept or reject an environmental impact statement within 30 days of its receipt, or it's deemed accepted. Because and it appears that the date of receipt was June 8th, which was a date of publication in the date of publication with the OEQC. And that 30 days from that end, July 8th, we are not meeting again until July 9th. There is the applicant can request a 15-day extension. Unless the applicant does so, this would be, we would not act again. We would not have a chance to act again, and it would be deemed accepted. I think that's a pretty complete explanation. And if the AGs want to chime in on anything, I'm just doing this for the benefit of the people who are watching as to what the effect of this vote is.
So could you just explain the effect of the 3-3 vote?
Well, it's not enough to either be an approval or a denial, because it's not a majority of the full membership of the board. And I'm basing this on a clause in, I don't remember the exact section, but it's chapter 171, Hawaii Revised Statutes. I want to say this, and then the chapter 343 says that unless the agency, which is us in this case, accepts or rejects the final EIS within 30 days of its receipt, it's deemed accepted. And I really want to stress, I'm not saying this because I voted in favor of it. This is I'm giving you my best analysis of what happens with a 3-3 vote.
So what you're saying is the board did not, by a majority, accept or reject it, and therefore the effect of that is it's deemed.
Yeah, that's what 343 says, and you've combined those two things, that we need a majority of the full membership of the board to take action. And the way that 343 is really specifically worded to say that the agency has to either accept or reject. It's deemed accepted. I don't like this, the tie vote situation. I don't like this automatic approval kind of situation, but that's my read of what of what the laws say. And anybody want to kick in, like our AGs want to say something further, then they're very welcome to.
Melissa, Julie, you got anything to say?
I thought that was a great explanation, Chris, and I just would maybe caution against us making any kind of announcement what the final de facto result will end up being until that 30 days, until that 30-day deadline is hit. Because as of right now, I believe the board's vote was neither a denial or an acceptance. Julie, if you have thoughts.
I agree with that, because right now it's a tie. So it becomes de facto approved at 30 days. So July 8th is when it's deemed approved, unless the board acts, and it hasn't acted.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That was a long and difficult discussion. I appreciate everybody's time and thought and energy. So with that, we're gonna move on with our agenda to the D items. Again, thank you, everyone, for your participation.
D1.
a minute, I'm just changing out everyone.
Hey, Chris, put your pajamas on.
All right, I think that's it. So we'll go on with the D items. Russell Suchi, please go ahead. You're on mute.
Good afternoon, board members. D1 is requesting a revocable permit to Frank and Abigail Santos for agricultural purposes and also a set aside to Department of Ag. The RP applicants and Department of Ag have agreed that this matter would be transferred pursuant to Act 90. So just asking for approval, please. Thank you.
Any questions, board members? There's no public testimony.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously, which is case UN Gomes, Gon, Oy, and Yoon. D2, please.
Okay, D2 is a request for an issuance of a land patent and confirmation of land commission award to O'Neill Neal. As noted in the submittal, no commentation is needed in this particular matter, and we're requesting the board's approval of this submittal.
Any questions, board members?
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor? Say aye.
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 Unanimously. Okay, D3.
Okay, D3, if Ian can present, Ian will present D3, which is a board briefing, and after that, for questions, both Kevin and I, and all three of us will be available for questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Ian Hirokawa with Land Division. Just start off by saying, I think my hotel does not have good internet. So if I start to break up, let me know and I'll shut off my video. So anyway, we're here today to brief the board members on the development of our strategic and long-term plan and asset management plans for Land Division. I won't go through the entire write-up, just to kind of maybe highlight the important parts and allow the opportunity for discussion and questions. So basically, it's a result of the findings of the 2019 audit. And as a result, Land Division started looking at, okay, how do we go ahead and what are our priorities in terms of land management and what do we need to focus on? So, especially too, I think, we're working on it and, especially in light of, I think, this kind of the sort of post-COVID era with acknowledging we're going to have limited resources, at least for the immediate near-term future, the next few years. We prioritized our management efforts on the three priorities as to one, manage the state's public lands for the promotion of public health and safety and resource management. That I think is probably the most important priority because a lot of it is we are legally both in a regulatory nature and also for a in terms of Hawaii Supreme Court decisions and common law decisions bound to do so. So addressing things like dam safety, rockfall hazards, and also one of the things I forgot to put in here, so I apologize, was also our efforts to resolve the both large capacity and in the future, I think just standard cesspools. So we know that that'll be phased out in terms of in terms of their legality. So we're going to have to work with our tenants and whatever lands we have that may have those cesspools on them, and work with the I believe is the EPA as well, and potentially DOH. There's also the issues we've had of unauthorized occupation of state lands. sometimes by the homeless, sometimes not, depending on the circumstances, but, we've had to work with them. Some of the times, we're able to work with the parties well. Sometimes we have to take it to enforcement, but, all of those are very, they're very intensive actions, and they take up a lot of staff resources. Let's see, in terms of our resource management, we've kind of focused on submerged lands and management and the water resources. So, we're working more collaboratively with OCCL on the shoreline issues, the encroachment issues, in addition to limiting our term easements, and also in the interim, instead of allowing, while we're working on getting the easement done, developing an interim RP versus just a right of entry. So in the event it takes a while to get, the resolutions passed and their easements resolved, the board has greater oversight over these dispositions that are kind of, you just sign it, and I don't want to say if you forget about it, but it doesn't have the same level of oversight that a revocable permit has. Continue to working on the water issues, working with Seaworm and Forestry, and also trying to get a determination on is a very timely discussion on how to handle a lot of the environmental review, the EIS analysis. What should be in there is the big question. What information needs to be in there to be a sufficient EA or EIS for a water lease. Priority 2 will be revenue generation, and with a focus on development of long-term income sources. So what we're trying to do is pick what we would consider to be priority projects, such as the TOD, East Kapolei TOD project, and the Pulehunui in Central Maui, as well as Banyan Drive, that that would provide a long-term income stream, stable, and also what we view as public benefits aside from just income to the department. So things like the TOD project and Pulehunui would hopefully lead to economic and job center, as well as improvements of Banyan Drive, the properties leading to a more robust and healthy tourist economy on the East Hawaii. And finally, the third priority would be kind of doing what we have to do in terms of our normal everyday operations. A lot of it is the processing of acquisitions and dispositions of public land for both state and county, other government agencies, as well as private parties. So examples is, how we work on with the very other divisions, such as DOFA and state parks for acquisitions, those, and the library system, those take up, quite a bit of time. These are pretty complex transactions. We're also looking at, dealing with the general public in terms of rights of entry, leases, RPs, and easements. And also, looking at the other potential, long-term lease, such as, we might have the upcoming military leases soon. One of the things we've looked at trying to is, we're trying to, knowing that what we're going to have to accomplish and knowing the kind of the limited resource we're going to have, we're trying to focus on allocating our resources, a little bit more effectively. And I think part of it is, we're going to hire a consultant to look over the lands we have that are in the urban, what I would call the urban centers, i.e. industrial commercial properties, to see if there are any that are unencumbered that, if we've missed any that are unencumbered that should be included as, part of a income generation efforts. And also in terms of the those that are under leases and revocable permits, if they can be managed, or maybe managed a little bit more effectively. So in terms of like the some of the leases, should we look at, extending them, or would it be, better served to do something different? But the point is, I think we do want the expertise of an economist looking at this, with someone with real estate expertise as well as economic expertise, not just rely on, kind of our staff, either what we think or what the auditor thinks. We're trying to get a more informed perspective on it. I think the other thing too we're looking at is I think we need to reevaluate our approach with the revocable permits, because we have to really look at kind of what the cost is, the cost versus the benefit. Okay, you have the benefit of a long-term disposition that could provide maybe a little more revenue in some cases. However, the staff time and effort to actually convert them is substantial. So, given that we are trying to seek better rents for revocable permits, bringing them closer to fair market value, should we reevaluate our approach toward just a blanket approach of, okay, let's convert everything? Or should we be more strategic about which ones we should focus on converting to a long-term disposition? Those are the key points, I think. If any have any questions, be able to answer. Thank you.
Mr. Oy.
Russell, how are you guys gonna deal with I know in Kauai we have any residential leases or revocable permits that I don't know if we still gonna be in land division is going to be still going into residential rent fees or leases.
Yeah, and that's why we haven't issued any long-term dispositions for residential. The most that we've gone to is just keeping the status quo under the permit. A lot of these residentials have been offered and looked at to the various housing agencies, but and they did look at some seriously, especially and even we didn't stop with only unencumbered too. Yeah, so but and I think on Kauai, the county has come forward and asked for some unencumbered, mainly unencumbered housing lots. Yeah, in fact, a couple of times they've taken it by executive order, and then later, when they couldn't find any prospective developer to do a project for affordable housing or something, they returned the lands, and that's kind of been the same thing with HHFTC on Oahu, where they've returned some where there were no takers ultimately, because we're really dealing with single family or at most, yeah, single family lots, and a lot of times that's too small for the developer to take on. They're looking for a larger structure so you can go have multi-tenanted facilities. Yeah. So yeah, we're not intending to go further on the long-term disposition. The problem about not having it encumbered though, with at least a permit, is a vacant, no one there with a structure there can cause all kind of issues, such as attraction of homeless and vandalism, etc. And we spend a lot of money and time effort on dealing with that issue. Yeah. The biggest one is the structure on Banyan Drive, Uncle Billy's.
Okay.
It's very expensive to secure that facility. We have a security guard, but it's very expensive on site.
Yeah, because like out in Hanapepe, we have residential lots that are vacant. That, like you said, no developer would take it to take the one house on it and rent it out, or even like HFDC, they were not gonna take it. So we just stuck with it for now, then I guess.
Who's going to do the work?
I mean, because of the state policy against the selling of, lands, that's kind of where we are. We also have one where sometimes when you think about it, why are we still holding on to these leases? We actually have about 50 homestead leases on the books. that we still manage. And when you, and it's not simply homestead, but it's the term on a homestead is really, there are really no terms, that there's no insurance requirement, no indemnity requirement, but there's a lease for 999-year lease. Yeah, so almost 1,000 years, which to me is a fee simple transfer, and it should have been done that way back in the day. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Russell, I
Yes.
have a question. Does Governor Iggy, has he set any plans to how we're gonna move the state, DNLR forward? Does he has any plans, to move it? What was his plans or his goals, And are we abiding by that, or, are we prioritizing that of his goals? And if so, what are they?
Maybe Chair can speak more better on this, but my understanding, or at least what I have observed, is his priorities as to land and natural resource seems to be kind of matching up with Chair's priorities on natural resource protection, the environment, renewable energy, where we can, whether it's purchasing vehicles, our vehicles, state vehicles, or
So is there
providing
much work
lands that are available.
with that? I know he had an initiative about going green by 2040, I believe. But has that been taken,
We
those
are
steps
work-
have been taken?
Yeah. So for land division's role in that would be a lot of times any of the land or water dispositions. So some of the projects that we're working on, aside from wind farm project, we did that, and other wind farm projects on Maui, etc. Ian's water leasing projects include various renewable energy projects, Helco in Hilo. There's the KIUC, which tends to get controversial on Kauai. The Blue Hole and the other project out in Kauai. He has 2 projects in Kauai that are both, I believe, hydro or pump hydro. Yeah. And the various islands. Yes.
Yeah, if
Try
I
to
could,
accommodate.
I can-
In fact, Monday I have a meeting with somebody about renewable energy on Maui. Actually, about that. Go ahead. Sorry, Chair.
No, I was just going to say that's a good answer. I mean, on the natural resources side, we have the 30 by 30 forest initiative, 30 by 30 marine initiative, biosecurity initiative. And on the land side, it's the land dispositions. It's doing business in a fair and effective way, the business of land dispositions. And so that's where the land division comes in. Where they intersect with the other goals, food security, renewable energy, then yes, we try to make sure we're doing adequate review and bringing those decisions to the board. We have other goals to ensure that we do historical preservation review and try to improve the efficiency of that operation as well. So the land division is the business of government, and as you can see from what's been outlined here, there's a component that doesn't get much in the limelight, but it was really the top priority, which is public safety matters, rock falls, homeless, dam safety and the like, and then the dispositions of land that are really income generating property rather than property that is necessarily put to governmental use.
I'm just thinking because the auditor is the one who's doing the criticizing, and he's saying we're not doing enough accountability and not being enough transparent, and that was my thought process. And the other thing is, do we reach out to outer islands, Kauai, Maui, and so forth, to try to work what issues that they have on various islands rather than just being Oahu centric?
Well, we meet with our staff. Our staff managers meeting pretty much weekly. We hear about the various issues going on.
Okay,
whether it's Maui
curious.
or Kauai, and Big Island as well. Big Island, Big Island's controversies or issues tend to make it all the way to Honolulu. with Uncle Billy's and Danilo and all that stuff. But yeah, I know Maui has a lot of issues with the homeless, the using our lands as a dumping ground for
Yeah,
cars.
exactly.
And Kauai has that same problem. We just moved out. I don't know what the count was. I think for some reason I'm thinking 100, but there are a lot of vehicles out at South Ponds, Tommy. That Allison guys I understand they worked on clearing out the homeless in that area. And then the vehicles I think she's working on as well. Yeah, there's a bunch of vehicles in that area at Salt Ponds. That was just this past week, actually.
Yeah, actually, you get problem all over the state, yeah, with the homeless. They find ways to hide or unless you go over there and walk your property, you're not going to find them.
Yeah, especially on the neighbor islands, because we have more lands that are, unencumbered or on the neighbor islands. Like Oahu is pretty tight. There's not many lands that we have that's unencumbered. When we do have them, it can be a problem. Though,
Yeah, unless somebody tell you about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just note for Member Gomes, like I think just by nature or the nature of it, that most of the issues we've touched on actually affect, as Russell said, the islands that are not Oahu. Like Kauai, for example, seems to have its fair share of the reservoirs, that affect the dam safety issue. And I can say, whenever I hear of a rainstorm, I lose a little bit of sleep, when I hear of excessive rains on Kauai. So I think we are, engaging the state.
Because I think on Kauai, the state owned a lot of the reservoirs, a good number of reservoirs that we're responsible for. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Too bad we don't get sell land.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that we have some particular challenges in managing commercial properties compared to private entities managing commercial properties because of our laws trying to make sure that people have fair opportunity and pay a fair price and the like. And so I know the land division can give some examples such as that the Waipahu mill lots where they've gone out to public auction, I think twice unsuccessfully because businesses are reluctant to go through all of the hoops you need to go through to pre-qualify. And it is a situation where a private landowner would have much more flexibility in getting a lease going because they're much less restricted. And so part of Land Division's challenge is doing this work in the context of our laws, which are, put in place for good purposes, but are not necessarily creating a nimble context for us to move forward. And that is why, some of these revocable permits remain in that status because it's just they have to prioritize what they take out to public auction because it's a very, very time intensive process. And so you want to make sure that it's something that's going to end up with a result that is overall good for the state.
Let me add on that, Chair, just so the board is aware that Waipahu, we're referring to what is called the Milltown lots, and they're nice industrial lots with infrastructure, water, actually has curbs and sidewalks and streetlights. We can't lease it. We kind of had a feeling why, because of our statute and the requirements of our statute of public auction and all the other requirements. So we actually had a consultant come in and take a look at it. And his comments was, he looked at our statute and said, the statute is the problem. Change your laws. And so we've been trying over the years for the last couple of years, and finally this past year, we were very fortunate. We had good working relationship with the water land committees and by the chairpersons, and we were able to pass two significant bills, and that's one of them is a rent credit bill for lessees when they come in, and if they have to either demolish an existing structure, i.e. Uncle Billy's, or put in a lot of infrastructure into the land, like water, wastewater and stuff, which costs a whole chunk of money before even going vertical on the building. And so we allow, what passed was a rent credit up to the amount of demolition or infrastructure costs, or up to 20 years of fair market rent, whichever comes is the lowest. So it will provide, I think, hopefully a significant incentive for outsiders to come in and not necessarily be too afraid of taking on something like Uncle Billy's and actually trying to make something work. The other bill, of course, it did get a lot of attention and write-up was the HB 499, which is a lease extension bill. And again, all of these, whether the rent credit or a lease extension bill, or even a direct leasing bill that we might come in next year on, it's changes to 171. However, a lot of agencies right now, if you are exempt from following any of the requirements of 171. And they go on their business, like, and are doing fine, and no one seems to be complaining about that. But for whatever reason, our bill got a lot of attention. I'm not sure why, but I just want you folks to know that we are trying to improve 171 so that the process becomes easier and hopefully not have these issues that we're facing today.
And I want to emphasize what Russell is saying is that there are agencies that do land transactions that by law just are exempt from Chapter 171, and we're not.
Yeah. Because, like a lot of we get some permits like 40 something square feet, where it costs us more to maintain it, where we might as well just sell it off to adjoining property owner and then get rid of it already. But we can't do that.
In a few meetings, we're coming for a sale of a remnant to you folks, so we can.
Other questions, comments? All right, so obviously an ongoing discussion, but I appreciate Land Division's bringing this to everyone to give an overview of our direction. And if you have any questions, go ahead and let us know, and we'll try to address them in the future. Okay.
Hello, Ian and Russell.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll switch out to the J items. Sorry, Sang here, I did you wrong. Send you back. There's a Pete S. in the waiting room. I don't know what item that is for.
I've been trying to reach him. He hasn't answered.
All right, anybody know? Let me know. Okay, J1.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members. Richard Howard for Dobor. Item J1 is the sale of lease at public auction at Ma'alaya Small Boat Harbor for an area of approximately 23,522 square feet. A portion of the property is encumbered by revocable permit number 17 issued to Ma'alaya Boat and Fishing Club. They use it as a haul out. I'll gladly answer any questions if the board has any.
Okay, board members, any questions on J1?
I have,
Go ahead.
Richard, structurally, did you guys check that building out? Is that building, up to par? I was told that it was not.
I don't know exactly the condition of the building. Our thought process in including the building with the haul out is if somebody wants to enlarge the haul out, they can demolish the building and expand the haul out, which is really needed for that area. We want to get this thing out to auction as quickly as possible. That's why we're not demolishing the building ourselves.
And Board Member Gomes, if I may, we had our engineer go through the building and it's going to need substantial work to bring it up to speed. So, but we did have some inquiries, some folks that may want to do a restaurant again. So we felt we'd leave the building and see what kind of bids would come in. And then if we're anticipating it's going to be more so for a haul out area, and that would entail taking the building down.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
How long has the Boat and Fishing Club been there?
It's been quite a while.
I was told 1947, one of the fishing clubs, the Luai, that those people, Ed, who I'm talking about, that Robert Luai, he said that they were there since 1947, and I don't know.
Yes, they've been there for a long time. They've been asking for a long-term disposition as well. They're going to be interested in property too.
So Ed, have you talked to the fishing club?
I have talked to them.
Oh, Richard, sorry.
Yeah, they're interested in they would like to do something with the building. I don't know if they know the condition of the building, but they would like to do something with other nonprofits, like the Maui Nui people who have the oysters at the harbor, and other groups, other like groups.
Can I ask who the restaurateur is?
I don't, it was a operator from the mainland, and he wants to, he's actually in Los Angeles and he wants to open a restaurant in Maui. I told him that this is probably not the best look, it's off the highway, it's off the main road, you don't have the best visibility, you have some signage visibility from the street, but he's going into it with his eyes open. He wants to look at the building when he's on Maui next. And so, I told him that, where we are in the process, and he is interested.
Okay. It's just, you just call out two people in the staff, in the submittal. And then we received, I guess, a late letter from Kalei Luai. And I just go back to, we've had families like this, as a part of, these leases for a long term. And I get the technicalities behind them being a 501, what are they, a 6?
I think they're C4.
6, yeah, or C4. Because if they were a C3, correct me if I'm wrong, the lease would just transfer to them, correct?
We could do a direct lease with them if they were C3.
Okay.
We can negotiate a direct lease with them.
I see. I just wonder about, generations of families that have been there, that know the area and the value of that dry dock. And, if we go out to public auction, the concern is, are we willing to change that? And what does that mean for the people of Hawaii?
Yeah. This is all for Maalaea. This is probably the biggest single asset within the harbor. So I think that's something we have to also bear in mind.
Okay, and that's why I have these questions.
Yeah, other questions? All right, hearing none, there's no public testimony. Is there a motion to approve J1?
Move to approve for staff's recommendation.
Second.
Mr. Oy and Mr. Gomes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Yoon, is that an aye?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, so that is a yes votes for Case, Yuen, Gomes, Gone, and Oy. And abstain for Yoon. Okay, thank you. J2.
Okay, item J2 is the continuation of DOBOR's revocable permits statewide. Just to let the board know, staff, continues to work to convert permits to long-term dispositions where possible, and I think we're making progress. It's slow progress, but we are moving in the right direction.
All right.
Richard, is
Yes.
there any, on the comments, when, put it to long-term disposition, is there any way that you could put in, how long it might take? Per permittee, how long it is? Because this has been coming to us for the last 8 years.
Yeah.
At least for me, anyway.
Yes. Well, of course I can. Of course I can. It's a little, it would be, to be honest, it would be a guess. I mean, typically it takes about a year to do one of these. We're actually moving pretty quickly on Kaneohe Yacht Club. I mean, we got the approval, I believe, in January from the board. We already had the appraisal done. The survey is being wrapped up. We got the joint reso from the ledge approving the lease of the submerged lands. And today we got the governor's consent back. So we're just waiting to complete for that one, just waiting to complete the survey. Then we can complete the package and send it to the AG for preparation of the lease. So definitely we can put it in, how long we think it'll be before we can go to auction on some of these. And that's something that we can include in the future.
Thank you.
We do have some public testimony, available to answer questions. I think Mr. Richards is here. And that might be it. I don't know if you want to add anything, Mr. Richards. If not, are there any other questions?
No, actually, I saw him on mute.
Unmute. Mr. Richards, do you want to add anything?
No, I was just trying to make myself available to the board members. I was told that by one of our board members that there were questions regarding our organization when last we were on the BLNR agenda. So I thought I'd make myself available. That's it.
Thanks.
It's good to see you all here, Richards.
Take care. Good to see you too, Sam.
Which one is your organization?
Friends of Hokulea and Hawaii Law.
Oh, yeah. Right. Any questions, board members?
I'm sorry, are we in order to talk about the various RPs?
Yes.
Okay. So one of them, there are two at Honokaha Harbor, right? That we've dealt with and that we deferred from a previous meeting.
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make it clear, if I'm understanding correctly, that there's a staff comment about going to public auction, but the only action the board would be taking today would be to extend those RPs, right?
Correct. I think before we bring the matter back, I think we have to resolve some issues, even to bring it back for approval to go to auction. So that's probably, I think what the comment says is staff will be seeking the board's approval for the sale of lease at public auction for the lands underlying the permit. And I think we have to resolve some issues before we come back to the board on that.
Yes, the people, the permittees were concerned that this was, this action was more than just a continuation of the RPs. And so I just wanted that to be clear, that all we're doing today is continuing the RPs.
Correct.
So by extension of that question, those RPs that were noted as canceled, those are already canceled. And so it's not a matter of our authorizing those, right?
Right. That was, I just put that in to let the board know what we have done. You know, the leases or the RPs have been canceled and a longer term disposition has been issued in those cases.
Thank you. That was my understanding as well.
Anything else?
Chair, are we going to do these all at once or island by island?
All at once. I mean, we're here to ask questions about any of them. Otherwise, it's all at once. For the boating ones, we do the land ones island by island.
Yes, thank you. If there are no further questions, then I move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous with 6 votes. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'd just like to say thank you, Chair, to members Gahn and Gomes for their service.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Yes, I'd like to echo that. It's been a pleasure working with you. I appreciate all your support over the years, even though you may not have always supported all of our senators.
Well, we had tough questions sometimes. No, but we love you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys are good people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, last item is Jay. I'm gonna let Pete in. I don't know who Pete is, so we'll just see who it is. Looks like a boater.
Are we on our last one, E1?
Yep.
For our last one, E1.
Good afternoon, board members.
Just a second. I want this Pete person to connect, and I don't know which item he's in for. Is Pete, can you hear? Looks like having trouble connecting by audio. So go ahead, Kurt.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Chair Case and board members. Before we get going, like the previous staff, I really just want to share my gratitude to members Gahn and Gomes for your service, your skill, your passion, serving on the board. You definitely will be missed. A hui ho, definitely. And Sam, because of the damn puns, I just want to say you will be gone soon.
Oh my God.
I'm always gone, no matter where I am.
But I do look forward to seeing you New Year's Day up at Kaiwi this year, because I think we'll be able to pull that off, because COVID should be pow.
You're probably right, but you need to hunt me down.
Stop encouraging him, Kurt.
I know. All right. Well, thanks, members Gomes and Gahn. I'm really gonna miss you guys. But you know where to find me. I am the administrator for State Parks, Kurt Cottrell, and we're requesting the approval for the issuance of a revocable permit to be negotiated and executed by the chairperson for the management of a reservation system for the collection of parking and entry fees, shuttle services, and resource enhancement at Haena State Park on Kauai. I know you guys are familiar with the new management model of the Haena Master Plan. The plan has received awards, and unlike all of our other master plans, it was put into action literally as the ink was drying on the signature page. The floods hit, the governor issued the disaster proclamation, and then we got critical support from an engaged community, legislators, staff, disaster relief funding, repurposed our CIP funds, and literally just rebuilt and restored the park, only just using the design off the master plan. We made it more resilient to flooding, and concurrently, while we were doing that, the back office management actions were being initiated. For today's discussion, this is where we're at now. The key elements are the advanced reservation system and the capacity limits to visitors for parking and entry, with a visitor shuttle system that's being run by the Hanalei Initiative. This reduces the previous decades of visitor impacts on community and resources and is improving local quality of life and actually the visitor's experience. As you guys know, this is the first Hawaii State Park to manage visitors in this manner. Wainapanapa just recently followed suit, and Diamond Head State Monument is the next in line. We increased our fees for parking and entry, and fortunately, revenue is now returning along with hordes of visitors unexpectedly. And then once again, in typical of Hyanna's positive inertia and its acceleration, we are now taking the next steps as described in the master plan by having a community-based entity to manage the park, way ahead of our expectations. But before we go there, Republic Parking and their staff have been a really valued and skilled partner when we implemented this access model. They have done a really good job, and this change in management is no reflection whatsoever on their performance. So a shout out to Maria and Bryson for your partnership and service, much appreciated. So for over 2 decades, Hui Maka Ainana o Makana has been a trusted and effective curator in restoring Hyanna's historic Lo'ikalo system. And DSP now feels confident that they are prepared to take the next step from a curatorship into a revocable permit and take on visitor management. This novel visitor management system and having the Hui participate in visitor management, coupled with the CBSFA that was approved a few years ago, it really places Hyanna as the tip of the spear in implementing sustainable community-based management in the state of Hawaii. It's pretty exceptional. The challenge for this sustainable management and in structuring an economic relationship is the viability of the shuttle system. We've had a lot of discussions with the Hui and our property management staff on this element for the economic piece. The parking and access has been greatly reduced compared to the previous patronage, primarily to incentivize the use of the shuttle. But the pandemic and the recent landslides once again have stopped shuttle operations, so the performance metrics aren't there yet. So this next year with the return of visitors, hopefully we can evaluate the shuttle's capability. And the terms of the RP have been structured to address this as stated in the submittal. I do need to clarify for the record that the state roadway traversing the park is currently excluded in this RP. State Parks will be working with DOT in the future to transfer the end of the road over to State Parks in the future. I do have with us Chipper Wickman, who's the secretary of the Hui, along with my property manager, Sang Kim, for any additional discussion and details. And I do believe Chipper would like to share a few words in regards to the Hui's interest and capacity. Thank you.
Yeah, mahalo, Kurt, for that great overview of the next step in our journey. And aloha mai, Chair Case and members of the board. I just want to shout out to your endurance in hearing important things. It's unbelievable. I've only been watching, but you've been so attentive and such great discussion. As Kurt said, this is really, I really stand on my testimony. I'm not going to repeat what I had submitted as written testimony, but I just want to say that the last several months has really been a partnership working with Sang and the crew in State Parks. You've got really, really good people there. It's very exciting for not only our community, and the ability to generate some of the revenue from this park to be able to stay there to Malama Aina. But also the fact that through an integrated shuttle system, we stand to make potentially more money for the state of Hawaii and for our community in years ahead. As Kurt said, there's a lot of uncertainty right now. We're going to that shuttle up in July, but with the landslide and convoy system, there's some real challenges, but we're optimistic. And by design, the park, we intentionally, through master planning process, designed a park that was completely inadequate to be able to meet the visitor expectations, intentionally to try and get people off of the road in a shuttle. It's part of the regenerative tourism model that we've been envisioning and working towards. And we are very excited not only about the ability to help our community, but the ability to actually generate increased revenue to benefit the state. So I'll stop there. I just want to say it's been a privilege working with Kurt and Alan and Sang and everybody else. And I'm really here today to speak on behalf of many hundreds of our community members, stand behind this important evolution in our relations. And by the way, I know most of you know I work for the National Tropical Botanical Garden. I know sometimes inseparable. I'm speaking in testimony today as a founder of Hui Nano Makana and a current board member.
Mr. Wickman.
There's silence. I assume you heard me.
That the very last part faded out. I think there's a little bandwidth issue there, but we did hear your testimony. If you are done, it's just the last part of the last sentence I think we missed.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Go ahead. Are you done?
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to say anything more, maybe turn off your video. We might not hear a breakup, but that's the only testimony we have signed up for this. We do have somebody named Pete in the room. I don't know if you're here to testify on this item, E1. Somebody who's been waiting all day. All right. Looks like a J item from the boat. So we'll go ahead. Any questions, board members, on E1?
I just have oh no, go ahead, Kaivi.
Yeah, no question. Just want to, how's that, Chipper? Aloha, and thank you for everything that you're doing and continue to do.
Mahalo, Kaivi.
Yeah, same here. I wanted to say that if I wasn't surprised at all that your face would appear on a Ha'ena issue, you are the tip of the spear for the community there. So it's good to see this moving forward. And Kurt, you're working with the right people.
I think it was because I had enough time to sit and watch a computer for 8 hours. But yeah. And I'm sorry, my dropped out, so I have rejoined, but such is internet in Hyanna.
Oh, yes.
Any other questions, board members? All right. If not, is there a motion to approve E1 as submitted?
Move to approve E1 as submitted.
Second.
All right, then. Chris, are you voting or?
Voting.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously, of course. All right, that brings us to the.
I just want to mahalo you. Yeah, mahalo you guys, all of you, for your trust and faith. Awesome relationship with DLNR, and we truly appreciate it. Aloha.
Aloha.
Yeah. And mahalo, Kurt, for the kind words you had for me and Board Member Gomes.
They're sincere. Have a good weekend, you guys.
Thank you, sir. Take care. Aloha. Aloha, everybody.
All right, that
Thank you.
brings us to the end. Thank you so much, and especially Jimmy and Sam.
Mahalo.
Yeah.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, everyone.
It has
We'll
been
be in
it has
touch.
been a long ride, and
It's been a great ride.
yeah,
Thank you,
and
Sam.
you guys may still see me at the next meeting, depending how fast they replace me.
Yeah, could be.
Me and Sam, nice working with you. I think Jimmy and I
Mahalo,
came
Tommy.
on the same time, and Sam left when we came, and he came back.
Get used to them.
Yeah.